I'd like to call to order this regular session of the Bloomington Common Council for Wednesday, May 1st, 2024. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty.
Here.
Zulik.
Here.
Rallo.
Here.
Ruff.
Here.
Piedmont Smith.
Here.
Stossberg. Here. Asari.
Here.
Rosenbarger. Here. And Daly.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will proceed to our land and labor acknowledgement. We recognize that the City of Bloomington sits on native land. The city, as well as city administrative buildings, are on the traditional homelands of the Miami, Delaware, Potawatomi, and Shawnee people, and we acknowledge they are past, present, and future caretakers of this land. We also acknowledge that much of the economic progress and development in Indiana, and specifically in Bloomington, resulted from the unpaid labor and forced servitude of people of color, specifically enslaved African labor. We acknowledge that this land remains home to and a site of gathering and healing for many indigenous and other people of color, and commit to the work necessary to create and promote a more equitable and just Bloomington. We move forward knowing and acknowledging our rich, complicated, and sometimes painful past, so that we can learn from it and create a true land of opportunity. Next, I will summarize our agenda. First, we have approval of 2 sets of minutes. Then we will have reports from council members, reports from the mayor and city offices, and under this heading, we will have a report on the new urban station tax abatement, as well as updates from the mayor's office. Next, we will move to any reports from council committees, and then we will have the first period of public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. That will be limited to 20 minutes, as always. Next, we will move to appointments to boards and commissions, although I think we don't have any tonight. Then we will move on to legislation for second readings and resolutions, which involves Resolution 2024-08, a resolution calling for a cessation of hostilities and for delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza. This is a mayoral veto hearing and vote. I do not expect to have comment from the public on this item, if that's okay with my colleagues. Then we will move on to Ordinance 2024-07 to amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning a 138.51 acre property from planned unit development and residential medium lot to a new planned unit development, and to approve a district ordinance and preliminary plan in regard to South Weimer Road, Sudbury Partners LLC petitioner. This is what's been called the Summit District. We then will move to legislation for first readings, where we have 2 items related to stormwater, Ordinance 2024-08, to enact Title 13 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Stormwater. That's a new part of our code. Then we have Ordinance 2024-09 to amend Title 10 of the Municipal Code entitled Wastewater to remove the stormwater language, since we're making a new section. And then the third item for first reading is Ordinance 2024-10, amending Ordinance 2325, which fixed the salaries of appointed officers, non-union, and AFSCME employees for all departments of the City of Bloomington for 2024, specifically to add a position in Public Works and to revise job titles and job grades within the Office of the Mayor and the Department of Public Works. Then we will have an additional period of public comments on items not on the agenda for a maximum of 25 minutes. We will review council scheduling items, and we will adjourn. So just to be clear, the Gaza resolution is on our agenda, but we will not be taking comment on it this evening. So we can move to approval of minutes.
I move that the council suspend the rules and consider the minutes from 2003 that are listed for approval this evening in the ordinary course of business.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to act on these minutes from 2003. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Stossberg.
Yes.
Asari.
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
and Daly.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes.
I move that the minutes from November 5th, 2003 and December 17th, 2003 be approved.
Second.
All right, any questions or comments on these minutes? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
and Flaherty.
Yes.
All right, those minutes are approved. I forgot to mention something in our agenda summation. I would like to mention right at the start that ordinance 2024-07, the Summit Development PUD, I expect that we will have another reading on this matter. This will probably not be ready for final action this evening, so I just wanted to note that tonight. All right, next we will move to reports from council members. And usually I let everybody else talk before me, but this time I'm going to use privilege of the chair and read an open letter to Indiana University President Pamela Whitten and IU Bloomington Provost and Executive Vice President Rahul Srivastava, dated Monday, April 29th. We, the undersigned Bloomington City Council members, are writing to express our common opinion regarding recent actions of the Indiana University administration in regard to peaceful demonstrations in Dunn Meadow on the IU Bloomington campus. Since 1969, IU policy has allowed peaceful demonstrations in Dunn Meadow, including those using tents and signs, on a broad range of issues. On April 24th, 2024, one day prior to a planned rally, President Pamela Whitten convened an ad hoc committee to review and rapidly change these longstanding rules and norms regarding free speech in Dunn Meadow. According to President Whitten's letter to faculty members the following day, quote, "The committee affirmed the right of peaceful protest with the additional recommendation that temporary or permanent installation of structures in Dunn Meadow, including but not limited to posters, tents, etc., at any time must be approved in advance by the university and, if approved, adhere to the guidelines provided by the university," end quote. President Whitten followed through on these recommendations to change the policy. These changes were made without transparency or adequate process to involve affected stakeholders, including IU faculty, staff, and students, most of whom are residents of Bloomington. This change is a severe departure from over 50 years of IU policy, as well as IU and Bloomington community norms regarding free speech and nonviolent protest. The context under which the new policy was instituted indicates that the new rules were meant to directly target the April 25th rally and its subject matter, violating Bloomington residents' First Amendment rights. We denounce these actions and demand that the new policy be immediately rescinded. We understand that President Whitten requested that Indiana State Police enforce the newly revised policies regarding daytime tents in Dunn Meadow on April 25th and on subsequent days. According to the many videos and photos taken during the protests and the reports from people at the scene, the Indiana State Police response used force far in excess of what was necessary to enforce the new campus rules. The large number of police officers, the weapons displayed and used by the officers, and their forceful actions to arrest protesters only served to escalate the situation. Their violent response to peaceful protest is unacceptable. We demand that no criminal charges be brought against peaceful protesters, that related bans from the IU Bloomington campus be immediately revoked, and that all disciplinary charges against peaceful protesters in the IU system be dropped. We, as elected representatives of the residents of Bloomington, including IU students, faculty, and staff, decry the display of and use of force by the Indiana State Police during the rally, as well as the IU administration's denial of free speech rights in Dunn Meadow. We want our residents to be safe, especially as they exercise their civil liberties. We swore an oath to uphold the U.S. Constitution, including the First Amendment. The actions of IU President Whitten's administration in recent days have been harmful to our community. We expect better. Bloomington deserves better. And this letter was signed by myself and council members Ruff, Stossberg, Flaherty, Rosenbarger, Rollo, Daley, and Zulik. All right, are there other reports from council members? I will start on my right with Council Member Zulik.
Yes, I will just say I also released my own press release, which can be found on my social media, Bloomingtonian and Bloomington Docs. And just for anyone who needs legal aid or emergency housing or anything associated with being arrested or just general support, please feel free to contact me. All of my contact information should be on the City Council website, and I'm also happy to give my business cards out. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't mean to be redundant, but I just want to say I never thought I would see such a militaristic suppression of free speech and assembly, constitutionally guaranteed rights of Bloomington citizens. I found it deeply disturbing, and I know that was shared by probably nearly everyone in the community. Perhaps the administration has an opportunity to set things right. I don't know if they will. That is to at least apologize and drop all charges against the demonstrators and grant amnesty to them. But if this is not going to happen, I hope that the Monroe County prosecutor will use everything within her discretion to not prosecute those citizens who were simply exercising their constitutionally protected freedoms. Thank you.
Councilmember Ruff.
No comment, thank you.
Let's go to Councilmember Flaherty on Zoom. Do you have a comment?
Sure, just briefly, coming to you all virtually tonight as I'm on the road for a work trip. I'm also a little under the weather, so I might disappear from the screen from time to time to spare you coughing and sneezing. Finally, just a small note and follow up to the letter you read, Council President Piedmont Smith as well, that I think the issue is very much one for the City Council or elected officials generally to be weighing in on. These are residents in our community who we represent, and their safety is put at direct risk. And as you noted at the end of the letter, we also, in being sworn into our offices as council members, swore to uphold the U.S. Constitution. And I think many folks are concerned that's been violated here. So again, this is directly affecting our residents. And I think very much within the purview of city government to weigh in on and try to affect change. Thank you.
Thank you. On my left, Councilmember Daley.
Yes, thank you. I have a lot to say, so I'm going to try to be kind of quick. I first want to start off by thanking everybody who showed up to the listening, grieving, and feedback session that Councilmember Zulik and I held last Thursday night. It was really nice to see some faces there and hear their contributions and to just kind of be together as a community. Little did we know exactly how bad things were getting at Dunn Meadow during that time while we were there meeting. I'm not going to repeat everything that we've already said. You heard the letter that I signed my name to. So I'll skip over a lot of what I wrote down, some of my thoughts, but I do want to say that I am appalled by the violence. And I am further appalled that a sharpshooter was placed on the roof of the IMU with his rifle pointed at the students. That was an open threat and an act of aggression. I'm still waiting and hoping, no, I am expecting to hear an apology for that intentional intimidation against a nonviolent demonstration. And I implore the administration to revoke the bans against protesters returning to IU campus. I went down to Dunn Meadow 2 separate days, and I saw the peaceful protesters gathering there. It's been a really difficult week for a lot of us in this room, and so much anger and sadness have been pervading the conversations here in Bloomington. But with that said, I also don't want to overlook a couple of opportunities for celebration. It's May, a very important month. This is Jewish American Heritage Month. Since 2006, May has been proclaimed by each sitting president as Jewish American Heritage Month, and I cannot think of a more important time right now to celebrate Jewish contributions to our community. The American Jewish Committee's State of Anti-Semitism in America 2023 report found that more than 70% of Americans had not heard of Jewish American Heritage Month. Lifting up American heritage can American Jewish heritage can play a critical role in preventing and addressing anti-Semitism and celebrating American diversity. The American Jewish Committee also offers a 3-part educational series on Jewish peoplehood, anti-Semitism, and allyship. Each session is led by an expert AJC staff member, and their education materials are continually updated to reflect the latest data, scholarship, and best educational practices. So I really hope that maybe you'll consider contacting them for more information to access their workshop at ajc.org. It's also important to note that May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. In 1979, President Carter issued the first presidential proclamation for Asian Pacific American Heritage Week, and he spoke of the significant role that Asian Pacific Americans have played in the creation of dynamic and pluralistic American society with their contributions to the sciences, arts, industry, government, and commerce. This year's theme for AAPI month is Advancing Leaders Through Innovations. Unfortunately, IU went ahead and celebrated it a month early, so there are no activities anymore over at IU. I haven't been lucky enough to find any other events around our community to celebrate the AAPI community, but if you do know of any, please definitely reach out to me and let me know if I've missed something. But in the meantime, the Smithsonian and Library of Congress have some really wonderful articles and such online at asianpacificheritage.gov, and they also have a wealth of some really amazing resources, everything from Laotian American song and dance to a resource guide to Filipino American materials to a research guide to discrimination against Asian and Pacific Islander Americans. I think that's really, really important. So please check it out and celebrate Asian and Pacific Islander cultures while also learning about them and committing to allyship. And finally, I know I'm going on for a bit, but this one is really, really important to me. Very important topic. May is also Mental Health Awareness Month. And so I can't finish speaking until I acknowledge the importance of destigmatizing and normalizing mental illness and mental health care. This is so, so important for us to do. The more comfortable we can become talking about mental health issues, the better equipped we can be as a society to deal with these issues, and the more likely people are to recognize the need to seek help and to actually ask for it. According to the National Alliance of Mental Illness, 1 in 5 Americans experience a mental illness, and nearly 1 in 25 adults in America live with serious mental illness. Mental health challenges were also the leading cause of disability and poor life outcomes in young people, even before the COVID public health emergency. Up to 20% of children ages 3 to 17 in the United States have had mental, emotional, developmental, and behavioral disorders. So the CDC on their website offers online trainings and resources that can help you enhance your mental health literacy and to better communicate about mental health. So I really hope that people will commit to checking that out. If you go to cdc.gov, there's a wonderful workshop. It's just 45 minutes long, Mental Health, Stigma, and Communication. It is free, and it can help you identify how stigma impacts the provider-patient relationship and recognize opportunities to be more thoughtful in language. And so, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbarger?
I wanted today to talk about a grant that the city is receiving, and we've received multiple community crossing grants over the years. The Community Crossings Grant is a matching grant from the Indiana Department of Transportation, and it's a 50-50 funding match to provide financial assistance to cities, towns, and counties across Indiana for preservation projects involving local roads and bridges. So here in Bloomington, over the years, we've been awarded almost $2.8 million in this grant, and we've done projects on Kirkwood, Bloomfield Road, Arlington Road, East 3rd Street, College Mall Road, Discovery Parkway, Country Club Road, Winslow, Park Ridge Road, and Smith Road. So this new matching grant that we just received is the biggest one we've ever been awarded, $745,000, and it is being used to repave West 3rd Street from South Patterson Drive to South Franklin Road. And so with that, I consulted our transportation plan because While this is a repaving project, you think mostly that involves vehicles, cars, trucks, vans. But what we can also do, and what our transportation plan says to do with these opportunities, is to really coordinate with other modes of transportation that can benefit from this funding and from like the time it takes to close the road and have folks working on it and all that good stuff. So just to also then a little bit about our transportation plan. I'm just going to read a little bit about it just to I just want to outline how important it is that we, with our scarce resources, that we really take the time to make sure we incorporate as many modes of transportation as we can when we are doing any kind of transportation project on our city streets. So the city's focus on multimodal transportation planning is outlined in the city's comprehensive plan and the vision statement included within that plan. It compromises 16 principles that were drafted through a public engagement process and adopted by City Council January 16, 2013. The City of Bloomington works towards its vision of achieving excellence through collaboration, creativity, cultural vitality, inclusion, and sustainability. The plan supports the city's vision by implementing the transportation plan. It supports the city's vision by implementing one of the 16 identified vision statement principles, which is to provide a safe, efficient, accessible, and connected system of transportation that emphasizes public transit, walking, and biking to enhance options to reduce our overall dependence on the automobile. So then on page 40 of our transportation plan, we're getting into our priority bike network. So that was to be built out part in years 1 to 3 and then part in years 4 to 6. And that is to really focus on connectivity east-west and north-south. But the plan says also then on page 40, I'm just doing my scrolling, So the plan says that the focus on the high-priority bicycle network should not prevent pursuing other bike facility projects, especially when coordination opportunities exist. So I haven't had time yet to reach out to Public Works or Planning and Transportation, but I do hope to do that. And this part of West 3rd calls for a protected bike lane, so it's something that we can really look at and consider there, potentially decreasing the width size of the current lanes, maybe changing the median, but it's a really good opportunity that we have to add in that bike lane and connectivity. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Osari.
No updates.
Councilmember Stossberg.
I think that my colleagues have said most of what I want to say, but the only other thing that I want to say in terms of the ongoing protests, and not just our community, but in general, is that I would just urge everybody to remember that we can state what we believe and what we want and what we think is important without demeaning the things that other people find important and without criticizing and calling names and that sort of thing, and that there is space to understand and recognize that people can have different priorities and that those priorities can live side by side in ways that hopefully we can communicate about them without arguing about them. And so I would just urge everybody to think about that, even amid big differences that we might have with other people, not just about Gaza and Israel, but about any number of other topics, because there is always space for disagreement and there is always space for arguing and fighting. But within that, I would just urge us to remember that there's also space for positive communication, and that is often a way that you can move forward and actually improve the world instead of just continuing to contribute to violent ends. So thank you very much.
All right. We will next move to reports from the mayor and city offices, and we'll start with the tax abatement report from New Urban Station. And I believe we have Director of Economic Sustainable Development, Jane Cooper-Smith, with us.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So I'm here tonight, and I know everyone in the gallery is really excited to learn about tax abatements. I'm here to kick off tax abatement compliance season. That feels loud. Which normally we do in one fell swoop with a single presentation to council, but there's a reporting requirement, a 45-day reporting requirement that starts with the filing of each individual abatement. And so someone filed early, it was Urban Station, and so we are obligated to report on theirs before the other abatements have even been submitted. So I'm here tonight to report on a single abatement, and then later on in June, or potentially post-recess, I'll return with a recommendation from the Economic Development Commission for the entire set of abatements, and then we'll review those all together in one go. So I'll keep it relatively short, but this is just an overview of the abatement process. Since we have new council members, I thought this would be good to include. The Economic Development Commission recommends abatements through the approval of an economic revitalization area. They make that recommendation to Common Council, who authorizes the abatements, and then the county administers them through their tax processes. We have oversight of the compliance process here in economic and sustainable development. So we have general standards for our tax abatements. We issue tax abatements to incent the types of development that we would like to see in Bloomington, and we specify what that type of development is. And a tax abatement, to be clear, is time-bound relief of tax obligation, tax liability. So they're temporary, they don't last forever. So the baseline requirement is creation of capital investment. So they have to increase what they owe. And then one of the three following requirements are necessary. So the requester can either increase full-time permanent living wage jobs, they can increase wages, so that would mean that the jobs are, pay substantially more. I didn't need to translate that. Or it creates affordable housing units. The overview of the compliance review process, we have an annual reporting cycle in which we compare the original commitments reported on the SB1 form to the results reported on the CF1, the compliance form 1. The CF1 is filed with the county auditor and with the city clerk, and that's again what starts that 45-day timer. And council has authorized ESD, the Department of Economic and Sustainable Development, with the responsibility to compile and report to the Economic Development Commission and the Common Council on the compliance of each abatement. EDC, via me, forwards their recommendation to Common Council. The evaluative criteria and process. So we have our general abatement standards, and then we have other areas that can also inform whether we'll consider an abatement, though they're a little bit more malleable, and this would be where, say, the Common Council or staff would really make specific requests of the types of housing, et cetera. There's more wiggle room in here. So the other evaluative criteria can be quality of life and environmental sustainability, affordable housing, community service, and community character, which in this instance, because this can be a negative term, I want to point out that in this instance it means supporting art, local business, historic preservation, for example. The authorization process of the abatements, ESD receives the application and the statement of benefits. We make a recommendation to the Economic Development Commission. We either recommend that they review it and potentially approve it, or that they not review it. And then the EDC makes a formal recommendation to the Common Council. The first step is the establishment of an economic revitalization area, and then, if required, an economic development target area. So this is basically the but-for test. So we establish the ERA because the filer is making a case that without this support in this specific area, I would not be able to make this investment and bring this economic development to Bloomington. So then Common Council, and then they also consider the abatement term and schedule. Common Council issues a designating resolution if they choose, and then at a second hearing, they would issue, if they choose, a confirmatory resolution. The taxes can be phased in over time. The terms can be from 1 to 10 years, And then for personal property, which means like factory equipment or anything that you use in your business to earn income, it can be up to 20 years. And that's generally because personal property, I think the value tends to be lesser than real property, except in some large manufacturing cases. And the designating body may provide an alternative deduction schedule. Okay, so that's the background. And then now we can turn to Urban Station, which is a 4-story mixed-use building with 7,000 square feet of commercial space and 148 bedrooms. So that's bedrooms and not units. We all know it as the home of the chocolate mousse. The terms under which the Common Council granted this abatement are that no fewer than 15 bedrooms will be allocated to households with incomes at or below 80% of the AMI. It designates what the rent for the affordable units should be. And so it defines it in 2 ways. One is that the rent cannot exceed 85% of the market rate, or we can take the baseline rents of $641 for a 1-bedroom or $1,282 for a 2-bedroom and multiply them by consumer price index increases year over year. And the affordability requirement is 99 years. The staff recommendation for Urban Station is that we find them compliant with the tax abatement commitments. And again, I think today I'm reporting to you about this abatement. You are not obligated to take an action today. And the council wouldn't take any action other than maybe approving my report that I give you if they find the abatements compliant. If the council finds an abatement non-compliant or only partially compliant, they may choose to take a specific action, revoking the abatement, requesting some kind of clawback. It could be a number of things. Do you agree, Stephen? Mr. Lucas?
The council finds that the property owner is not in compliance, there would be a motion needed tonight to set the matter for an additional hearing. A letter would be sent to the property owner notifying them of the reason why the council feels they're not in compliance and inviting them to that additional hearing, which would have to happen 30 days from the notice of that hearing. So if we get to that point, we can talk through it, but I think everything else said was accurate.
So the next slide, rather than standing up and just attesting that they're meeting the affordability requirements, Stephanie LaFontaine, who is here, our Affordable Housing Program Coordinator, is that your title? Manager, sorry, has been working with many of the property owners on reporting for their workforce and affordable housing requirements. So as a result, this developer had data immediately available and was really happy to share it. So the CPI increase since 2016, I calculated as an aggregate of 26%. So that baseline rent would be $807.66 for a 1-bedroom, or $1615.32 for a 2-bedroom. So in the left-hand column, the A lines are all 1-bedrooms, Bs are all 2-bedrooms, and then Cs and Ds are up, and we're not really looking at them. So the number of units is the number of apartments. And so to total our bedrooms, we'll multiply those together. Average square foot is, for your information, not really relevant. Average market rate is the going rate for workforce. Like on line 1, it's the going rate for that workforce unit, but our comparison is actually the A3 line at 1,495. So that's the market rate for a 1-bedroom at Urban Station. So when we use that comparison, you can see that A1 workforce housing is less than half of the market rate. So then going down the column, and to make it easier to read, I only reported the units that we're concerned about. You can see that they're well below that 85% minimum, or threshold, sorry. And then their units total 15, which is what we required. So it appears to me that they meet the affordability requirements or the workforce requirements. And then on the following page, we can compare their capital investment and their jobs. So they promised on their SB1 to invest $11,500,000, and that is what they reported on their CF1. They promised to retain 10 jobs on their SB1 and did so on their CF1. The retained salaries are as promised at $400,000. So, it's not maybe as high as we'd like it to be, but it is what was promised. New employment at 5 jobs came in slightly higher at $170,000 total in salaries for those jobs. This is year 7 of the abatement, and when I come back in June or July, I will recommend a finding of compliance. So, any questions?
Thank you very much, Director Cooper-Smith. Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember Rallo?
Thank you, Ms. Cooper-Smith. The salaries, are they, they're indexed to CPI, they
They
increase?
are not required to be indexed to
They're not.
CPI. Mm-mm. And
That's problematic.
I don't know, I guess that would be a question I could ask the filer, but I don't know if they're paying more than that, 400, or if those jobs are really capped at 40,000 annually. So.
Okay. I'd like to discuss that with you, because I think it needs attention. Thanks.
Yeah.
Councilmember Stossberg, did you have a question?
I did. So I have a question about the number of bedrooms that they need to be allocated to. And so I'm looking at that slide that
Sure.
has all of those rooms and prices on it. Is there, I don't know if Mr. Lucas could put that up again. What are the bold things? Because the bold things don't actually add to 15 bedrooms. And so, are there, which of these bedrooms are we supposed to count toward the 15?
Right. So in the A section, there are 6 units that are 1 bedrooms. And in the B section, there are 4 units that are 2 bedrooms, right? So, yeah. Sorry? We are supposed to have 15 total bedrooms, not units. And so Isaac, or Mr. Asari can attest that we were discussing this in the EDC meeting this week. And
So, but I mean,
so in my opinion, we're at 14 instead of 15. I'm sorry. So lines 1, 2, and 4 are all a value of 1, and then the second 2 bolded items are a value of 2.
right. So we get 6 bedrooms from the top.
Yeah.
And we
You're
get
correct.
4 bedrooms from the bottom. No. Oh, 8 bedrooms from the bottom.
8.
So we get 8 plus 6, which is 14, which is
Right.
still not 15.
Yeah, I
Right?
have to apologize. That was what I reported in EDC, and then we as a group were like, no, it's 15, and then I didn't double check the math before coming here today. But my recommendation was still a finding of substantial compliance, because I believe that they're getting there and are working with Stephanie on the total number.
I think that I would appreciate some clarity about the number of bedrooms at some point.
This is the number of bedrooms, so I think you're
But-
right, it's 14 at this time.
Which is not 15.
It's not 15, that's correct. But I'm finding them substantially compliant. So when I come back in June, I would update this from compliant to substantially compliant. Because if I can just speak candidly, we've had not a total lack of visibility, but this is the most, and I think this is the new standard visibility that we've had with these agreements. And we're working as a team cross-functionally at City Hall to make sure that these workforce units are getting advertised and rented. And so I feel confident that we can work with this landlord to get the full 15.
Okay, I guess I just want to put in the comment that I hope that by
Yeah.
June, we have a full 15, and if you can communicate to that to them in terms of whatever it
Yeah,
is that
we
they
won't
need
have
to
that by
do.
June, though, obviously. Yeah.
Wrong, but yeah, thank you. I might be wrong, but I think that what was said at the meeting was the amount there. So there's that one room that should be counted again, where it's 50% occupied. So that's an extra room. I think that's where the missing one is.
Sorry, okay.
Still just doesn't make sense in math, though, because if you have two-bedroom apartments, then you have 4 bedrooms, and it's like not, it doesn't count. Like whether or not somebody's living in that bedroom and getting that rate, it still exists at that rate.
No, it needs to be
And-
rented. We're not counting empties for sure, so.
Like, anyway, I just feel like there's a little something hinky with that math, and I would like
Yeah.
some greater clarity,
Well-
and we don't need to,
Yeah, I don't want to hold your
Like,
evening up, but
yeah.
yeah, I'll have better detail in June.
I'm looking to see if I can see Mr. Flaherty. Okay, no hand raised. So I do have a question on this particular item. So it seems clear to me they have 14. I mean, first of all, this is amazing, and it's great to see. I mean, these bedrooms are going for half the market rate. That's awesome. However, they did say 15, and if we want to hold people accountable, we should ask for 15. So my question is, if we want to hold them accountable to the 15, do we need to take action tonight, or can we wait until June? Maybe this is for Mr. Lucas.
I believe this CF1 form was filed in March, and the 45-day window for the council to review it and determine whether they are in substantial compliance ends in a couple of days. So if the council would like to further consider the matter, tonight what would need to happen is the council would need to adopt a motion to schedule this for a further hearing, where the property owner would be invited to come and comment on the matter. You would need to provide a reason for finding, to share with them that, to explain why you have found them potentially not in compliance, and they would have a chance to come and present at that hearing. That hearing would need to be 30 days from the date that the notice is provided to the property owner.
I see. So we would need to call for that hearing tonight.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Cooper-Smith, what do you think about the possibility of asking them to come forward and explain this to us?
I think that they will be available and very willing and happy to do that. They filed late last year and so did not receive this abatement last year and are just keen on, meeting the requirements.
All right, so would any council member like to make a motion? Oh, Councilmember Rollo, you have a point of order?
A motion that we postpone consideration of this item. No? Mr. Lucas, you're shaking your head.
It's a motion to postpone. I think the motion that would be needed is to set this matter for a public hearing, to pick a date and time for that, and to specify the reason that the council is holding that hearing.
I would suggest June 5th.
Okay, so let us choose June 5th for our public hearing on this matter and invite the petitioner.
Is there a second?
a good enough motion for our clerk, and, okay, that was not a good enough motion for our clerk.
Councilmember Rollo?
Member Piedmont Smith to repeat it so I catch all of it.
Oh,
That's
Okay.
Or we can have it in writing, whatever works best for you.
I believe the motion was to hold a public hearing on whether or not New Urban Station is in compliance with their tax abatement on Wednesday, June 5th, during our regular session.
And I seconded that, yes.
Are there any questions on the motion? Once again, I cannot see Councilmember Flaherty. Maybe he stepped off the camera. Okay. No question? Okay. All right, will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to schedule a hearing?
Yes, Councilmember Rallo.
Yes.
Ruff.
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Strasburg.
Yes.
Asari.
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Daly.
Yes.
Flaherty.
Yes.
And Zulik.
Yes.
All right, we will invite New Urban Station to a hearing on June 5th. Thank you, Ms. Cooper-Smith.
I do take this very seriously too, so I'll be happy to, bring them here and we'll get.
And thank you
Get it
to Ms.
unpacked.
LaFontaine, too, for
Yeah.
trying
Thank
to
you.
track all this information down. Now I believe we have some updates from the mayor, and we have about 5 minutes left, or so. So, Deputy Mayor Gretchen Knapp, welcome.
So I wanted to give you an update, excuse me, on a program that council approved last year and committed money to fund. It's the $100,000 Public Safety Officer Down Payment Program. So a little backstory for those who are new. This program was announced in February 2023, and the goal was to increase public safety officer recruitment and retention by offering $100,000 towards a down payment on a home in Bloomington. And at that time, City Council committed $500,000 to fund it using ARPA funds, which was later determined could not be used as the source of funding. So the previous administration spent quite some time looking for a mortgage partner to administer the program, a local partner. And in December 15th, 2023, they signed a contract with Fahey to serve as that partner. So the program was publicly announced in 2023, and we had people, public safety officers inquiring and getting put on a waiting list, but there wasn't really an application process or even a process for how this would work. And so we've spent the last few months working with Fahey to understand what that would look like. And long story short, I'm going to explain the details, but after spending several months looking at this with Fahey and talking with our HR department, fire and police, and the unions, everyone agrees this is not the way forward. And so I'll give you a little detail on how the program would have worked and then what the issues were that made us decide this is not the path forward. So I'm going to start with the final program cost would have been $3 million to help 20 people, and that's a fundamental problem. And the way it would have worked is that an officer would become eligible for the program in 2 steps. And the first step, they would need to finish probation and complete 1 year of service. So existing fire and police officers would have been eligible if they were purchasing a new home as long as they met those requirements. Then they would have to separately qualify for eligibility through Fahey, the administrator of the program. So if you think about this a little bit, that means someone who was recruited to Bloomington to participate in this program would have to wait a year, finish probation, and complete a year of service, and then find out whether or not they would be eligible through Fahey. Each year, for 10 years, council would have to appropriate $10,000 per participant to cover the payments. Additionally, the city would have been required to place $1 million in a fund at Fahey for those 20 participants, $500,000 to start the program, and an additional $500,000 would have been deposited once 8 loans had been accepted. So you have this 20 participants times $10,000 a person for 10 years, $2 million plus the required $1 million in the fund. So that $1 million is non-refundable, and what that would have covered was the interest on all 20 participants and payments if there was a year in those 10 years where council said, no, we're not going to approve the $10,000 payments for those 20 participants. The employee, meanwhile, would be paying payroll tax on the $10,000 appropriated for them and would be paying back the interest paid on their behalf out of that $1 million fund. And if someone became ineligible, which could happen in a variety of ways, the employee was terminated, they rented out the house instead of living in it, they got divorced and their spouse got the house in the divorce, then the city would stop paying, and then the employee would be stuck with this mortgage that was $100,000 higher than the house they would have purchased without the program. So it's a very expensive program for not very many people. And as we looked at it, we looked at, first of all, how would we know if it was successful? Would you know in the first year if we recruited a bunch of new officers? Would you know in the second year when they became eligible for the program? Would you know after 5 years if they were still here? What is the mark of success for that? A very long timeline for that. Secondly, it's not a scalable program. We don't have $3 million for every 20 people within the city, clearly. So even if we said after that, wow, that was really successful, how could we do it? Okay, I'm going to speed it up.
We're almost out of time. So
All right.
if you could wrap up.
But the real big one is employee retention and equity, and it has already caused a lot of discussion among public safety officers and employees of the city who are not in public safety. Why would they get this benefit and I don't? I've been a loyal employee. So for all of those reasons, the high cost per participant, the inability to really evaluate success, the lack of ability to scale it if it were successful, we've determined that that's not a program we want to continue, and we have the support of both unions, fire and police, leadership, HR, Office of the Controller, and that's it. That's my story. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the program or the decision.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Knapp. We are actually out of time. I was miscalculating earlier, but thank you for the report.
You're welcome.
All right. Next, we have reports from council committees. And I don't think we have any, but I would like to take this opportunity. I don't know if this is not a council committee, but I did want to report back on our council work session that we held yesterday regarding how to take public comment. We had a good discussion last night among council members, and we did actually have a few public commenters at our meeting about public comment. So immediate steps, we are going to speak out against hate speech should it arise during open public comment period or any public comment period. We will immediately call it out. Second change that we can do very soon is related to the fact that we have a 20-minute time limit on public comment on items that are not on the agenda at the beginning of our meeting. And often, and I will do it again today, we ask how many people want to speak. And then we kind of divide the 20 minutes by how many people want to speak. So the amount of time people get to speak depends on how many other people get to speak, and it's not really a fair allocation of time. And we do that because in our municipal code, it says everybody shall have 5 minutes to speak. It also says the period is only 20 minutes long, and that the amount of time per person may be reduced by the chair depending on how many people are there to speak. So it's something we need to change in our code, but I intend to bring that forward expeditiously. In the long term and in the more holistic sense, we talked about what we want to accomplish by taking public comment, and whether there are different structures for meetings that we could hold, different types of meetings that would be much more conducive to engaging the public. And that's a conversation that will definitely continue. We might also continue some conversations about people registering before giving public comment, giving their name, their address, things like that, but we didn't make any decisions on that last night. So I just wanted to report that. And we will now move to the first period of public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. And as I said, I would like to see a show of hands, both on Zoom and here in chambers, so that we can see how long we can give each person. So here I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's going to be very short. Online, Mr. Lucas?
No hands at the moment, but if there are folks who would like to speak joining us via Zoom, please let us know by raising your hand in Zoom. You can do that by clicking on the Reactions tab or the More tab in your control bar.
All right, because I feel that anything less than 2 minutes really doesn't give people a chance to say much of anything, I'm going to go with 2 minutes per person, and we will have to cut it off after 20 minutes total. So as always, when you're at the podium, be sure to clearly print your name on the sign-up sheet and also state your name, and then you'll have 2 minutes. So we'll go with people here in chambers first. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ryan Shaddy, and normally, as chair of the Bloomington Monroe County Human Rights Commission, I typically stand before you celebrating the achievements of members of our community. However, tonight I am here this evening on behalf of the commission, dismayed and disgusted by the comments and actions of those who brought hate speech to the April 3rd, 2024 City Council meeting. And subsequently, I'm making this comment on what we wrote before this meeting, and a lot has happened since then as well. So, while we recognize the constitutional right of free speech for all, we as a commission feel compelled to now use our own free speech to denounce hateful rhetoric. We remind everyone that hate has no place in our community. The Human Rights Commission exists to enforce the Human Rights Ordinance, the Bloomington Human Rights Ordinance, and to educate our community about their rights and responsibilities under civil rights laws. We stand prepared to investigate all allegations of discrimination in housing, public accommodation, employment, and education based on membership in a protected class. To file a complaint, visit the Human Rights page on the city website or email human.rights@bloomington.in.gov. And we also wish to echo Councilmember Zulik's statement from the end of the council meeting on the night of the incidents. In the case of white supremacy, anti-Jewishness, anti-Palestinian, and I added this for you, Councilmember Zulik, and anti-LGBTQ comments, it's really easy to spew that kind of rhetoric without looking any of us in the eye. Your cowardice is noted. Thank you, council members, and have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Members of the council, my name is David Keppel, and I'm spokesperson for Bloomington Peace Action Coalition. I'm not here to discuss any item on tonight's agenda, but simply to say something that is said too rarely in our society, and that is thank you. The quality of life in Bloomington seems to me most importantly shaped by the quality of our democracy. And you are a very important part of that democracy. I appreciate the very long hours that this demands of you, sometimes your patience with our imperfections as a community, but it's very important, and I thank you very much for it. What happens when these norms are not respected was illustrated in a frightening way in the past week by the administration of Indiana University. And I thank you, 8 members of the council, for your very strong statement. We in BPAC have often held peace rallies on Courthouse Square, and we appreciate the civility of city government in allowing us to do so. Right now, however, we are not calling for our members to go to Courthouse Square. Rather, I would encourage people to go in solidarity to the encampment on Dunn Meadow. I think it is an important statement of solidarity. It is an important stabilizing factor for members of the community to show up there. So thank you, members of the council.
Thank you. I just wanted to check in with Mr. Lucas. Do we have anybody online?
No, not that I see.
Okay. So then we're ready for the next person here in council chambers.
Hello, my name is Thomas Westgard. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. My topic tonight is the general policy of resorting to institutional violence as a matter of policy. I'm asking you to reconsider and redirect a policy that you may not fully realize that you have. In your daily work as a body, aside from the latest emergencies in the news, the laws that you pass are ultimately enforced through institutional violence. In particular, having read the city code, if you see what's in there, it's a statement, you must do this, you may not do that. If you do, it'll be enforced ultimately by institutional violence. My wife and I got married on March 13th. Clerk Bolden was kind enough to perform the ceremony. For lack of a quarter, we got a parking ticket. That lack of a quarter is now escalated to $73. That $73 will ultimately, if unpaid, be enforced through the removal of a car. If I try to intervene in that, it'll be enforced through institutional violence. This is the pattern that you have for how your laws are enforced. At a recent council meeting, a member of the public asked why the council had standing to comment on international matters. The answer to that could be that this council has a practice of implementing nonviolent solutions. That is what I am hoping you will find ways to do. That involves building social services that prevent the problems proactively, and secondly, looking for ways to simply not intervene when the transgression is trivial. At a recent council meeting, Darrell Rubel overran his time. The consequence of that was that he was approached by armed police. Today, in this room, so far, I've seen 4 people open carrying weapons. That's a message that you have asked people to send, and you have them here to communicate that message. The farmers'
Mr. Westgard, your time has expired.
Were especially instructive.
Could you please step away from the microphone and let somebody else have a chance to speak?
As I said, your rules are enforced through institutional violence. Please find other ways.
All right, next speaker, and don't forget to sign in. If you could please move the sign-in sheet to the table, then the next person could also sign in. We'll save a little bit of time that way.
Hello. I'd like to thank everybody in the room for lending me your ear for a moment. I would like to say a couple of words in relation to the idea of security and stability, which is something which has been invoked a lot in recent discourses, both within Bloomington and nationwide. Those of us who have been on campus in recent days following the public events as of late have been laboring under an environment of turmoil due to the actions of the Whitten administration in response to peaceful protest. As a college town, there is sort of an inherent telos to the existence of this place, which cannot be fulfilled so long as violence is the recourse to protest. What I have heard tonight leaves me feeling more secure in the idea that the administrative officials of this city understand that there is something fundamentally wrong with what has occurred at IU in recent days. All that I would like to add to that is further encouragement to, as time goes on, not allow these events to get washed away by time, and if immediate results are not obtained, to continue working to hold the Whitten administration accountable for the travesties that it has brought about in recent weeks. I am feeling quite confident that it is that administration's goal to wait this protest out. I would like for that to not be possible.
All right, next speaker, please.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Dave Thielen. I want to thank the 8 of you who signed that open letter for providing clarity and inspiration in a very dark time. Thank you for listening when others not only refused to listen, but deployed military force to enforce silence. In your letter, you wrote, "Bloomington deserves better." Thank you for showing us what better looks like.
Thank you. Do we have anybody online yet, Mr. Lucas?
No, not that I see.
Okay, next person in council chambers, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jess Teng, and I am speaking directly towards Councilmember Acer. I'm one of your constituents, and I was happy to vote for you in the most recent municipal election. However, your absence from the open letter signed by all 8 of your peers in City Council have raised deep concerns with me and many other Bloomington residents that I've spoken with today. In addition to City Council, the Mayor, Monroe County Democrats, IU Dems, student organizations, Bloomington faculty, staff, and many other parts of civil society have come together to condemn IU's violation of your constituents' First Amendment rights. 5 days after the first arrest, I still have seen, it's been like 7 days since the first arrest, and I've seen nothing from you on the issue. I am especially concerned given your position as an Assistant Dean of Undergraduate Affairs in a context when IU's administration is violating undergraduates.
Excuse me, Justin. Please direct any of your comments to myself as chair of the meeting and not to a particular council member.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
finish the rest of my?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, in the context where the IU administration is violating undergraduate constitutional rights, censoring their sincere opposition to genocide in Palestine, and subjecting them to police violence for it, they desperately need all the allies they can get. I am writing, I sent this to you as an email a few days ago, so I am just asking you to break your silence on the issue. And I personally hope that you at least join the open letter as a constituent. I also want to know your position on the demands of the IU Divestment Coalition, and particularly their call for divestment from Israel. Our leaders in city government can't sit on the sidelines any longer when people are fighting so hard for all of our rights.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Hi, my name is Caitlin. I was here a couple weeks ago, and in that I talked about how Bloomington's become a second home for me, and as such, I really wanted to take the time to thank personally council members Daly, Rosenberger, Stossberg, Piedmont Smith, Ruff, Rollo, Zulik, and Flatterdy for taking the time and the step to speak up for the community members that you represent. It really means a lot to see that you all, almost all, as the chosen leaders of this community, have decided to use your voice and your power in that way to condemn the institutional violence that was inflicted upon some of us. It means a lot, and I really wanted to say thank you. You guys have taken the time to show your concern for all of us, and it's really lovely. That's pretty much all I wanted to say.
Thank you. And please, everybody, be sure to sign in. And by sign in, I mean print your name clearly on the sign-in sheet by the table. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Beverly Stolce, and I'm representing Citizens for a Just Peace in Palestine and Israel. We are a community organization made up of all different kinds of people who are residents of Bloomington. And I'm here to express our appreciation, our heartfelt appreciation for the letter that the 8 of you have written and submitted in support of the protesters, in support of academic freedom, freedom of speech. Especially in times of trouble, leadership is very, very important. It has been proven all over the world that leadership is crucial in times of trouble. And we are very, very appreciative of your leadership and look forward to further leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter.
Oh, hi, thank you. Yeah, I want to echo the remarks that others have shared, thanking the 8 council members. My name is Najla Routsong. I want to echo the comments that others have shared, thanking the 8 council members who took action in this moment when our community has seen militarized policing, police brutality, and reports of racialized policing so egregiously displayed. As others have said, this is a crucial time for this kind of leadership to be displayed to assure our community that we do have leaders who take community safety seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And everybody be sure to sign in.
Hello, my name is Christopher Moore. I am one of the fellow students who still is at Indiana University. I would like to thank all the fellow members, and then, like previously echoing what these people have stated, what we have seen is militarized groups, militarized troopers come and silence our voices at our university. We have seen the administration actually not take the seriousness of what's going on campus and in people of Gaza. So what we are initially asking for is obviously the city council support in all of this, but we are asking more of what you would like to do for us as students. Because for us to be able to move forward, we have to have your allegiance. We have to have you there on the ground with us. We have to have your solidarity. We, as students and as probably young people, we are tired of seeing people online talking about it. We want to see you on the ground. We are tired of us young people having to be the front lines. We are tired of us having to be the bodies for the people who are getting richer. We are tired of it. We want changes, and we want changes today. The people in our encampment, and I'm so proud that they're still there, and we actually have people in Gaza who have thanked us personally. There was a video of a young girl who thanked our university personally for sticking up against what's going on in the tragedies in Gaza. So my final conclusion to you and everyone here and around the world: which side of history are you going to be on? What side of history are you going to be for this movement? Are you going to be the people that sat down and sat by and made fun of us and watched us getting brutally arrested by police officers? Or will you be the people of change? Will you be the people of actual humanity? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Hamayatullah Sharani. I also want to thank the 8 of you who signed that letter. It's much appreciated, especially because when people are in positions of privilege and power, it's very easy for them to abuse that, and that's how I see it. Our First Amendments are extremely important, and especially those who are younger and who have a whole future ahead of them, it's extremely important to protect that. So you're standing up and conveying and asking for some of these acts to be undone was extremely important, much appreciated. And in some ways, it's emblematic of what goes on in Gaza. Because unfortunately, snipers are sent there, people are actually shot. Violence is actually used, and it's done, carried out with impunity. So the last thing we want to see is that happen here. And that's kind of how I see it. Fortunately, we have laws and other measures here in place. And so you guys, by speaking up, are helping protect and prevent that kind of thing from happening. We're fortunate to have the First Amendment, our Bill of Rights, and it's really important to stick to those and allow people to exercise the rights that are part of our country's history and tradition, and so important going forward because we are the ones who established that precedent. Otherwise, these rules become meaningless if they're not practiced. So from my heart, I really appreciate it. The young, they have a lot to look forward to, and that's what we want to protect. So thank you very much. And also, I think the leadership of IU, they need to be called out for this because they need to be held accountable. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker. This may be the last speaker because I don't see any more, and we're almost at time. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing us to express ourselves, to vent ourselves, and to share our, thought, inputs and frustrations and whatever it is bothering us as citizens. And that's what makes this country great. I lived here for 50 years. I come from different parts of the world. I came as a hippie. Huh?
Could you say your name, please?
Yeah, I said it, Rashid Maidi.
Thank you.
So I don't want to lose my timing now. But anyway, for 50 years I lived here. I come from a wealthy family. I have a house in a beach. I have a house right in the capital of Algiers. I don't have to be here, but why am I here? Why did I come here? I came for that liberty. For 50 years I was protesting. I was against anything for 50 years. I ran for mayor's office. What was my slogan? We need more citizens' rights in the government. And so that Constitution is one of the greatest things. And you guys, you don't know its value. You have to come from our part of the world to understand what liberty means. the liberty to protest peacefully. I have never seen snipers for 50 years on top of the roof facing Americans. Facing Americans. For what? Who ordered it? I called the governor's office and I said the same thing. And that's my liberty to say it. That's my right. And I don't like it because Americans, they are good people. They don't deserve that, to be faced with rifles. That is wrong. It really is wrong. A coward. And I'm sorry. I appreciate that liberty, that constitution. What I'm going to do right now, if this country is going to don't have a right to peacefully say no to certain wrong. So while we are here, that's your job. Protect Bloomington. You are good doing it. For 50 years I have been here. You've done a good job, but please don't let it go away.
Thank you, and that's the end of our public comment period. We will now move on to appointments to boards and commissions. Do we have any this evening? I did not see any on the agenda, so we will move on to legislation for second readings and resolutions.
I move that Resolution 2024-08 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that Resolution 2024-08 be introduced. Can the clerk please call the roll on the motion to introduce?
Councilmember Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Stossberg,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
I move that Resolution 2024-08 be adopted.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Will the clerk please read? We
Yeah, I
forgot
was like,
that
wait a
important
minute.
step.
I think that there's something wrong there, but I don't know what it is.
Okay, Resolution 2024-08, a resolution calling for a cessation of hostilities and for delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution is sponsored by Council members Piedmont, Smith, and Rallo. It calls for national leaders to work toward a cessation of hostilities directed at innocent civilians in Gaza, a ceasefire to allow for the provision of humanitarian aid backed by significant financial support, the release of all hostages, and a lasting, peaceful solution to the conflict between Palestinians and the State of Israel.
Now I move that Resolution 2024-08 be adopted.
Second.
All right, and just to clarify, this resolution was adopted unanimously on April 3rd. The mayor passively vetoed it on April 19th, and now it's back to us. So I don't know, I'm a co-sponsor. I don't really have more to say. We had a thorough discussion on April 3rd. Councilmember Rallo, did you want to say anything to remind us what this is? Or I think the synopsis also summarized it well.
Yes. Well, just to say that people are still suffering and dying, and it needs to end. The World Food Program noted that 1.1 million people are nearing starvation. But I did want to say that Bloomington has a long history of these resolutions. As some people noted when they spoke, Charlotte Zitlow in the early 70s, over half a century ago, had a resolution against the violence in Southeast Asia. A very brave thing to do at the time. So we have a history of responding to humanitarian crises, and particularly those that involve U.S. And it helps amplify our constituents' voices. So I think it serves as a conduit to people who are in positions that can make a difference, that are responsible directly, and we have to hold them accountable, especially when innocent people, particularly children, are suffering and dying. So I'm certain that as more communities sign on, this is effective. It is effective. It makes a difference. It's not performative. It's something that does work. And so we shouldn't look away and we shouldn't look inward. We should pay attention to what's happening in our name. And to help the community, citizens send a message to our congressional representatives, to the president, to end the suffering because they have the means to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members? All right. Are there any comments from council members before we proceed to a vote? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on Resolution 2024-08?
Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Hasari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
and Ruff.
Yes.
Thank you. That resolution passes 9-0 over the mayor's veto. And for those who are not here in chambers, I am looking at a full house with, first it all said override the veto, and then now it says thank you, council. So thank you all for being here. We will next move to our ordinance 2024-07.
I move that ordinance 2024-07 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to introduce?
Yes, Councilmember Strasburg,
Yes.
Hasari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
and Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Thank you.
And will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2024-07 to amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning a 138.51 acre property from planned unit development and residential medium lot to planned unit development, and to approve a district ordinance and preliminary plan regarding South Weimer Road, Sudbury Partners LLC petitioner. The synopsis is as follows. Ordinance 2024-07 would rezone a 138.51 acre property from planned unit development and residential medium lot to a planned unit development and approve a PUD district ordinance and preliminary plan.
I move that resolution 2024-07 be adopted.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded, so we will be discussing Resolution 2024-08, Summit Development PUD, and as I mentioned before, I expect we will have a motion later on to carry this forward to another meeting. We have Development Services Director Jackie Scanlon here from Planning and Transportation to give us just a brief reminder of what it is we're talking about.
Great, thank you. And I do want to say for those who don't normally come to council, if you were here for the first thing, it is over, and now we're doing some zoning stuff, but we would love for you to stay and listen. This is Jackie Scanlon, Development Services Manager. We are discussing again a petition for Sudbury Partners LLC, Summit PUD, located on the southwest side of town. You can see here the general location and then the outline of the property being discussed. It is just under 139 acres. It's currently primarily zoned planned unit development, and the comprehensive plan calls for neighborhood residential with a focus area here, and it is undeveloped. The petitioners are proposing a new planned unit development, which includes a district ordinance, which is the rules, and a preliminary plan, which is a general design of what will go here. The idea would be for 5 neighborhoods, new rights-of-way, including 2 roads that are in the transportation plan. You can see here in blue and red. That would be Adams, the continuation of Adams, and the continuation of Sudbury Drive. They would plan for roughly 4,250 dwelling units to be built out over the course of the next 10 years, and including a trailhead and land for the fire station in the southeast part of the development, with the environmental protections from the UDO in place, and some commercial uses in Neighborhood 5. So this is their zoning designation proposed map. and as well as a potential build-out scenario with the rough number of units that they are potentially predicting 4,250. So briefly, again, there are 5 neighborhoods. They're listed here across the top of this table of varying sizes. And the first 2 to be built out would be Shasta Meadow and Denali Woods for a total of around 1,500 units to be built by the end of 2029. I spoke about the transportation plan already. Here is the mobility map so these would be the planned roadways to be built out as the neighborhoods are built out. Again, with the red and blue, the large north-south, up-down blue line, and then the red line going east-west would be built first before any of the buildings on the development could receive occupancy. And those, as well as the connector street in the middle, would have protected bike lanes. Again, the current zoning designation proposal, the height by right for those designated areas, with the taller buildings being in the middle in the yellow, and then with the second height maximum over there to the east in the red, so 8 stories in the yellow without incentives, 7 stories in the red without incentives, and incentives which are affordable housing incentives and sustainable development incentives. If both are achieved, 4 additional stories could be added to those, so 12 stories in the yellow and 11 in the red. There's quite a bit of environmental area to be protected here, and so you can see the general outline of that area in the purple and turquoise here. And this is the tree preservation in the gray. It's kind of hard to see. And then in the colored areas, that's steep slopes, which is the topic of one of the reasonable conditions tonight. And yeah, so the PUD public benefits, some of the items I mentioned, obviously additional housing in the city, utilizing existing infrastructure and building that infrastructure out. Land for a fire station, additional roadway connectivity for vehicles and pedestrians. There will also be off-site roadway improvements required through the traffic analysis, trail connectivity with the trailhead, additional workforce and affordable housing, and the utilization of sustainable development practices. So these are all the items we went through last time, and I can answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Are there any questions before we go to the proposed reasonable conditions? We'll talk about questions generally on the PUD. Councilmember Stossberg.
Yeah, I have a general question from this chart that you brought up. So on the very last line.
So that's the phasing chart?
Yes, it's a phasing chart. It says on the very last line that in order to build in Whitney Glen, they need to have 90% of the total planned units in any one of the preceding neighborhoods have final occupancy recommendation. I just want to really understand what planned units means and whether that is their estimated numbers based on the spreadsheets that they're doing now, or whether that's like the plan that ends up going through like plan commission and the platting process and all of that.
I think the idea when written is that we would utilize the estimated units, expected units that they have already submitted. So those, we would be using the numbers, here we go, that are in the table I showed.
Okay, so to follow up on that, then there's the question that like, well, what if because of environmental or easement requirements or any of those other possibilities that could happen, they actually aren't able to get to 90%.
In any of the neighborhoods? I mean,
yeah,
I
guess I just want to be like, I don't want to put something on here that ends up being impossible because of something that they can't necessarily help.
Yeah, I think, so when we wrote this, when staff wrote this, we did vet this with them before we presented it, and so they signed off on that. I do think they think it's possible, but it would be interesting to ask them, because I do understand what you're saying. If they wanted to change these triggers, as we talked about last time, they would have to come back and make the argument of why they can't meet them.
Okay, so in theory, it could happen, and then we could go, oh, wait a minute, that's a problem, and then they could come back and say, like, this is why we need to be able to proceed even though we can't meet this. Okay,
yes.
Great. As long as there's a mechanism that it doesn't stop anything in its tracks. Thank you.
And I was remiss in not offering an opportunity to the petitioner to say a few opening statements. So if you'd like to do that, please go ahead. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you. Good evening. Thanks, council, staff, everyone that's participated in this process over the last almost 2 years now. Travis Vinsel with Sullivan Development and a member of the petitioner. I'm happy that our team is here tonight. Angela, Tyler, Jared, we're happy to answer any questions. This has been a really productive process that we have undertaken. We submitted this petition thinking we would get it done much quicker than we did. We were ambitious. We thought we'd actually be in front of the previous council, but we're here, and we're happy to be here because it's been a really good process. We've taken lots of time. We've working with staff through lots and lots of meetings, way more than Jackie and I thought we would get to do, but we have, and we've got to a good place. We're here tonight to continue that process, as you spoke earlier, to listen to your comments, to listen to the public comments and other stakeholders, to make sure that we're considering everything and we're truly bringing to you the best possible ordinance we can bring to you. We have a list of reasonable conditions that we have from Plan Commission that we've talked about, and I expect tonight we'll hear more reasonable conditions. And I look forward to working then with each of you as well as the staff to refine those over the next week, 10 days, and come back and say, now we truly have the best project we can bring forward. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we'll reserve the rest of the time if there's anything specific we need to address later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rollo, you had a question.
Yes, I have several, but I'll just start with the first one. And I was paying attention to the EC memo and their discussions, so I'll begin with a question for Ms. Scanlon about distinguishing between a floodplain and a floodway. There was concern by the Environmental Commission about whether there were any structures intruding on the floodplain. And my understanding is that you have the stream and then you have a floodway that is adjacent on either side of the stream, and then you have essentially zones that extend from that 75 feet on either side that encompass the floodplain. So my question is, has this been fully mapped, and are there any structures planned that would intrude on the floodplain?
Okay, thank you. Good question. Okay, so this isn't, you aren't approving locations for structures, right? So
Zones that will have those structures. Yeah.
right. So what like we said in the first hearing, we do think that some of the environmental constraints on this site aren't properly mapped yet. And so we have said to the petitioners, when it's time to go to platting, they're going to have to confirm all that via survey, and that will be in the plat. And so that some of these environmental areas we think will be even just slightly larger than what they have initially shown. So that's possible that flood plain line will change. I do think that they have used what's available from the state, but we will verify that. And obviously, they won't be able to build anything in there that doesn't meet the floodplain regulations of the UDO and the state.
Why not do it now?
Sorry?
Why not just do an overlay of the floodplain area, the FEMA IDNR floodplain, so we can see whether it intrudes on those zones?
But,
I mean, why do we wait?
Well, we will do that when it's time to build buildings or plan buildings. They aren't requesting locations of buildings with this process. They're requesting to rezone it to a district that will allow them to build to meet the standards in the district. They have given us illustrative maps of where they think, based on the massing that they're using, that they can fit in up to 4,250 units, but that very likely won't be what ends up being built, and you aren't approving that development map. That will come next as each area develops out. But before each area develops out, they will have to designate the floodplain on the plat, and that area will be set aside and not developable beyond what code allows.
Okay, I have more questions, but I can wait.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Councilmember Daley.
Thank you. I have a question regarding heights for the buildings. The two tallest buildings are, can be 86 feet and 75 feet, so that's 8 stories roughly and 7 stories before incentives, which could add another 4 stories to each of those. That feels really, really tall, especially with such density in that area. So we're going to be talking some reasonable restrictions, and I'm looking at height for maybe talking about some reasonable restrictions. And so I'm just wondering, as far as coming down a little bit, like on the base height, what would you think would be a reasonable number for us to start looking at with the base height, not before the incentives, for coming down?
A reasonable height for this project, given the goals of the project, the goals of housing in our community, is what you have before you. And I think that was ratified with the approval of the Plan Commission unanimously on the height that we've set in front of you. Obviously, we could take you could offer a reasonable condition. There's lots of ways of doing that. I can't speak specifically to what would be a reasonable height without knowing what the condition is in whole and how it affects all the other parts of this larger project. I mean, it all has to work. It's not just about height. It's about the whole project being what we envisioned it to be and what was approved by Plan Commission.
Councilmember Daly, did you want a response from staff, or is that response sufficient? Okay. Councilmember Osari?
A question both for staff and the petitioner. There's been a lot of conversation about the desire to create single-family housing, particularly what I think we've referred to as owner-occupied things, units. Can you speak a little bit about the balance? I mean, I guess the tools that may be available to us to actually make that or not make that a reality, and then also the sort of balance here about so how this all works as an ecosystem, I think, is my question. That I think the secondary concern that has been expressed is this desire to not have these cookie cutter, just 2x4, whatever, just to just look like anywhere in America as a huge development. So can you maybe talk about as we're talking about reasonable conditions and other things that we might be adding here, how this all works together? Like if we're pulling on one place, does that affect somewhere else? So both the question of how do we have more, I asked 2 questions, I cheated. How do we have more owner-occupied units? And 2, how do we make sure that this isn't just like anywhere America in Bloomington?
Thanks for that question. I think it's a good question. I think I would start by saying Bloomington isn't just anywhere else in America. And this project just isn't something that can be done anywhere else in Bloomington. What we brought forward to you is a petition and an ordinance that has more diversity than doing a single zone. We chose not to do a single zone to have more diversity. We have smaller lots than we allow in other places in Bloomington. We have different design standards than we allow in different places in Bloomington, trying to create what this vision is for the Summit District, which I think we've done very well. But we have to have flexibility. If we have too many sticks, we will get boxes, the boxes that we talk about that we don't want in Bloomington. And so we've tried to add a lot of tools to our toolbox, considering...
Explain what you mean. If we have too many sticks, then we'll get boxes.
Well, if you get too many sticks, you have no choice but to build something that fits into this narrow box.
You mean
stricter rules. You have no choice. And what will happen is instead of getting a creative developer that can build things that are not out of the playbook that they operate, you'll get more like merchant builders that come in and they have a property that will fit on that. Somewhere else in the United States, they've built a project that will fit on that, and they'll build that. And so that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for diversity. We're looking for lots that might have a double on one lot and a single on the next lot and a fourplex on the next lot. That's what we've envisioned, and that's what we're trying to assure takes place as we do this. But it is a balancing act, right? If we push down height, You either push it up somewhere else, so we can either do height like this, and it all becomes 4-story buildings across the entire site, or we have height like this, where there's limits of 2 stories and there's limits of 8 stories, trying to allow for diversity in that product type. And that's what we envision, and we think we have worked with staff over a long time, many versions of what those design standards look like, trying to allow for a unique project that is truly a Bloomington project. Is that helpful?
Quick follow-up question? Yes. And so then with the question of affordability, I mean, because when you're thinking about the entirety, I mean, we've said 15, I think that's in the UDO. If we were to change the number, the percentage of AMI, or if we were to change the requirement of how many units wanted to be affordable, what would be the effects of that?
Well, I think there's a couple of things that would be the effects of that. First of all, we would be at an unfair advantage against any other project that comes forward, because all other projects, whether they follow the PUD standard or follow the incentive standard, would be following the UDO of 120% AMI. I'm assuming you're referring to changing the 120% IMI. And I would urge you not to put us at an advantage that doesn't work. We want to create this environment, and we don't want a potential developer to say, why would I build 5 homes in this neighborhood when I have to make them at 90% AMI when I can go across the street or in the county and build 5 homes and they only have to have some at 120% AMI. The other thing I would caution us is to make sure that since there is no funding gap for affordable housing between 81% and 120%, the way you fund those affordable units is by building more expensive units and transferring that value from one to the other. If we achieve that today by building units from 80 to 120 and then building units from 150 to 200% AMI, and we lower from 120 down to 90, then we push the 150 to 180. And now we have a gap, instead of being from 120 to 150, that we're not funding. We have a gap from 90 to 180 that we're not funding. And we're looking to bring a very diverse project. We have incentives in here that require that affordability be across the entire neighborhoods. We have mixed uses across the entire neighborhoods. I don't want us to get in a situation that, yes, we achieve a lower affordability over here, but we've sacrificed some other diversity for that. So I urge you not to put us at a disadvantage. Thank you.
Other first round questions? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
This is about a PUD versus rezoning. Sorry if it seems redundant, but I know the plan is 10 years to build this out, and I could also see that taking longer just because it's such a big space and a lot to get done there. And I expect in that timeline we will have updates to the UDO, and we'll be making changes. So like with the PUD frozen in time, we might want to change things so that it matches up with the UDO, but I guess we can't do that, with the PUD. So why not just rezone the neighborhoods to what we want them to be? I think this is for planning staff. Do you want?
Of just a straight
Why don't
rezone?
we rezone so that as our UDO is updated, so are these neighborhoods? Since it's going to take, 10 plus years.
Yeah, sure. It's a great question. I think, well, first of all, we have to address the petition before us, right? So they're requesting a PUD, they're not requesting a rezone. And so we have to address that. And, clearly 2 years ago, we could have recommended one thing or the other. I think when you do a straight rezone, you can do reasonable conditions, and of course, like you are discussing tonight for this, but there are other things that come with a PUD that don't come with a straight rezone, like the built-in 15% and some of the built-in sustainable design requirements, and you won't get that with a straight rezone. And then as those projects come in, though they are subject to any updates to the UDO, they, theoretically could all come in by right where there's kind of maybe less scrutiny or less opportunity for things that we as a community have decided that we want, like in the comprehensive plan, that maybe don't yet exist fully built out in the UDO. So I think the PUD opportunity, the way doing it as a PUD instead, especially one of the arguments that they made, because we did ask, kind of this question at the beginning of this process too, is that because it's so big, we can think about some of the things that we do want, on like a larger scale spread across this project, as opposed to having each individual, 100 tiny projects come in and addressing them separately, where, for example, like the 15%, affordable. We would get that on some projects if they chose to do incentives, but maybe we would end up getting it on less. And so that's kind of why we had included that as one of the qualifying conditions. I think it just I think it's better, I think in this case, because of the size of the property, it's probably better for the city to have it be a PUD conversation, because then you all can kind of, and first the Plan Commission, and now you all can kind of parse things of interest to see if you can work that in, where when we're doing the separate rezones and then all separate site plans kind of unrelated to each other, I think that makes it more difficult.
Any other first round questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I actually have a follow-up question on Councilmember Rosenberger's question. I think that, one of the points she was making is that one of the challenges with PUDs, there's pros and cons with them. One of the cons is that as we update other things, through the UDO that are going to apply to everything going forward, that doesn't necessarily happen with a PUD. It's bespoke zoning district that's sort of frozen in time. And I think what she was getting at, and what my question is there a way, I know in the presentation from staff last week, or a few weeks ago, it was mentioned that a fair number of provisions in the proposed zoning ordinance, proposed district, sorry, I'm losing the terminology at the moment, but basically the proposal were taken directly from the UDO, just mirroring the UDO. Are there ways or a mechanism that we can say, yes, it's mirroring the UDO, and it will continue to mirror the UDO as the UDO is updated, and just reference that document rather than having, mirroring the provision now, but having the two get out of sync later? Do you follow?
Yes. So there are a couple of things. So for example, they don't have anything in the PUD about the environmental standards. There's nothing in the PUD. When we saw the original PUD, however long ago that was, they had some kind of minor tweaks, and we said, you should just take this out and match the UDO, because, council is not going to go with you not going through time with those standards. So we tried to highlight, so because when your PUD is silent on a standard, then you revert to the UDO standard. So as an example, the environmental constraints stuff, as that updates through time, it will also update at this project. So that's why, so that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is in one of your reasonable conditions tonight. It specifically says, one of the reasonable conditions related to EV charging, that it will go forward in time with the UDO. Because they had written in a standard which meets the UDO now, but might not meet the UDO in 5 years. So you could do that either way. I think what we tried to do, work with the developer to do, is identify those things that if they do change, we want to make sure the things of most import to still change. So that was environmental constraints, as well as the way the incentives are related to like the structure of how the incentives are done, though they obviously they have a couple of tweaks to that. But yeah, does that answer your question?
It does. A brief follow-up, if that's okay. So just confirming that staff has already kind of looked at it through this lens and said, okay, where we think it's important that any development going forward 10, 20 years down the line in this PUD needs to match whatever future UDO provisions we have. You've already approached it with that lens and either removed things from the PUD or otherwise advised on those to allow for that, essentially, that syncing up as time goes on.
Yes, we did try to do that. And obviously, if when you guys read through the DO and if you see other things that you would want to be taken out, that's of course up to you. But we did try to do that. And I think for us, the main one was the environmental standards that we do, that as those update into the future, we want to make sure that that is applying, because we do think, obviously it's going to take 10 years minimum to build this out.
Yep, got it. Thank you. DO was the term I couldn't find. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other first round questions? Okay, we'll go to second round questions, and after this round, I think we should take up the reasonable conditions that have been proposed. Councilmember Stossberg.
I have kind of I'm not sure if I'm going to word this question very well, so bear with me. Ms. Scanlon, you mentioned, and this got mentioned at Plan Commission as well, and maybe last week, that the idea that because of environmental constraints, it might further limit buildable space, right? As you get into it and you really build that out. So my question, or maybe concern, or kind of is it possible if? Because if when you look at this map and you go, okay, so I can imagine, buildable space shrinking over here or shrinking over here, and a lot of that shrink, I think, is gonna shrink those R zones and those RH zones. So is there any way to kind of shrink in equal ratios, so then we're not just shrinking the zones at the edge and kind of trying at least to just sort of, I don't know if that's possible at all, but I hope you kind of get my intent here with this kind of concern or query that with the environmental stuff, that we don't just end up, slicing off the smaller, potentially more owner-occupied bits around the edge, and that also then the middle might end up having to get shrunk too. Does that make any sense? And is that at all possible to consider when you go through this? And I expect no might be the answer, and that's okay.
Well, I think it makes sense, and then also I'd be interested to hear what the petitioner had to say. But yeah, I mean, we're not expecting, that the whole western side of the site won't be developable and you'll lose the RH1 and the R there. But we do think that, like you said, things will shrink in some areas, or like we discussed last time, and some of our maps shows a stream coming from the northwest. So if that's a viable stream, then they're going to have to buffer that, and that's going to change what they've shown here. But I do think, and so anyway, I would be interested to hear what the petitioner said, but I do think the idea would be that we would have, what they have shown with their potential designations and things is an idea of what they want to build here, right? And so we would have to work with them based on the changes from the environmental constraints to still meet the idea of this design. And so that may mean shrinking blocks instead of just chopping off full zoning districts. Does that make sense? I mean, that would be what I would envision that we would work with them on. If there were significant areas that could no longer be developed, they would either be taken out of development opportunity if there is still plenty of other land in that designation. But if it's going to eat up portions of designations, we would ask them to work with us to, mold those areas. But I would be interested to hear what they had to say. It's a good question.
Thank you. I think that if you asked me this question a year ago, I would said we would spend tons of money and time trying to investigate every single inch of environmental feature on this site and tell you what that was. But to staff's point, staff says that's not the way to do it. The way to do it is to bring a concept and not follow specific standards of environmental that you measure out today, but to follow the UDO standards. They might change. I mean, I remember Jackie saying to you, the standards we have today might be different by the time you get to council in a year. And I said, we'll get there before a year, and here we are. But that's why we're following the standards of the UDO, because as they change, we'll adapt to those. They might change over the next few months as we get into those details of where those things are. Our goal would be, as you say, to still represent what we've showed you today, and I think that would be our obligation, that if we came with a preliminary plan that looked like this and came with the final plan that had no R zones, staff would say, that doesn't reflect the preliminary plan. So you have to go back to council if you're not meeting the preliminary plan. Now, would one road move a little bit? Will one sinkhole get a little bit bigger and another tree plot get a little bit smaller as we define in that? Yes, because we haven't gone to that detail. Because that's what we were advised to do, and what I think was the best choice a year ago was how to approach this. So I think what you will see at Plan Commission on several occasions is something that reflects exactly what you see here today. Not exactly as in the line is here, but you'll look at that picture and it'll be very similar to what you see in front of you. Was that helpful?
So what Jackie said was maybe more helpful, and it sounds like you guys are at least on board with the concept of making sure that there are still all of these zoning districts and enough structures within these districts to meet the vision.
Yes.
I think I'm going to have to be satisfied with that right now, so thank you.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Rallo?
Ms. Scanlon, I have a deeper question, but the first one is relatively easy. How many units would have been allowed under the previous PUD in this area?
I'm not sure, but I can find that out for you. The previous PUD also had other use areas like commercial, industrial, and stuff there as well. So I could find that out for you for next time.
Okay. Okay, so my question is, this is a huge scale project, never seen anything quite this huge. So checking the census today, I found that about 11.3% of the Bloomington population is under the age of 18. And 4,250 units probably translates to about 100 or 10,000 people, maybe more, but let's just say 10,000. So we could imagine that 1,000 or 1,100 people living there will be around about school age. Child School holds about 500 children. Templeton holds just over 400. Bloomington South has about 1,700. North has 1,600. With this development, I'm looking at the costs and benefit. What are the costs externalized to the community insofar as a new school will be needed for this added population in this area?
Are you asking me is that a question?
Is that are we in agreement?
Well, I would, okay, so I would say we did discuss that, and I think the petitioner could answer as well. I believe they met with MCCSC early on in the process to discuss that very thing. When we were talking about dedicating land for the trailhead, a discussion was, does there need to be land dedicated for a school? And I think they could answer how those conversations went. Part of the thing is, I mean, I don't know, but I understand the logic of what you're saying. I don't know that it'll be 1,000 new kids, or will families that already attend schools in this community be moving around and into these areas where they've had to live farther out and now they're coming in. I think that's probably also a possibility. But I do think that the petitioner could probably explain a bit about what they talked to MCCSC about that could maybe address a little bit of that, if that's okay with you.
Sure. Is there any, this infrastructure that will be needed for additional students, could you speak to that?
We had a couple of conversations with MCCSC early on in the process. The first thing I'd like for you to suggest you do is Google the population of MCCSC, and the school, while the city has grown tremendously over the last 30 years, the number of students in MCCSC has very little movement and has actually gone down recently. But what has happened is the population has moved. At some periods in time, it's on the east side of town. At other points in time, it's on the south side of town. So it moves. And so there's some flexibility in where those districts are, and we go through that process. MCCSC says that there might be a need for an additional school or a combination school in this area in the future. And they ask that we make sure that the use of schools, be it whether primary, secondary, or even advanced education, be included in our land use table. And we came back and added those uses to our land use table. So if MCC approached us or needed additional school, there would be the ability for them to do that without going through a rezone process or anything else. The access that is planned through the transportation plan is substantial for them in their comments. And at this point in time, they were not willing to say they needed more land for a school here, but they just wanted to make sure the option was open, so we provided that.
So you would provide land for purchase by the MCCSC if they had a need?
Correct.
Is what you're saying?
And it would be legally zoned. They wouldn't have to go through a process for that.
Okay, thanks.
Additional questions from council members? Yeah, let's go to reasonable conditions, and we can come back to other questions. There was a set of reasonable conditions that was sent out on Monday that we are prepared to talk about tonight. There are a few others that are ready should we have time, that did not go out in a packet because they were declared ready about 5 p.m. today. But let's start with the ones that were in the packet addendum. Councilmember Strasburg?
Sure. The reasonable condition number 1 in the packet addendum is one from me that actually addresses kind of what Councilmembers Flaherty and Rosenbarger were talking about in terms of following the UDO.
So Councilmember Strasburg, pardon the interruption, so you need to move reasonable condition number 1, and somebody needs to second it, and then we
Sorry. I move reasonable condition number 1 be introduced or approved.
Introduced. Okay, it had been introduced and seconded. So we can now discuss it.
So now we can discuss it. Okay, so it just, so in Plan Commission, I asked the question about why the number of electrical vehicle charging stations was decided to be that, because it was something that the Environmental Commission mentioned, and the answer was, well, it's following the UDO. And I just want that to continue following the UDO into the future. If the UDO should change, then the PUD should change. And so that's just what reasonable condition number 1 says, is that it will just keep on following the UDO for that particular topic.
Thank you. Any reaction from staff or the petitioners to this reasonable condition? Okay. Petitioner, any response to this one? Or okay. Any questions for Councilmember Strasburg? All right. Is there anybody in the public who would like to speak to reasonable condition number 1, which just says the electric vehicle charging station standards from the UDO will continue to apply to this development? Mr. Lucas, is there anybody online who is desperately wanting to talk about the number of EV charging stations?
Not that I see, but if folks do want to comment on this particular condition, please let us know by raising your hand or sending a chat to the meeting host.
Okay, I don't see anybody in chambers. Mr. Lucas, any hands?
Not that I see.
All right. Any comments on this before we go to a vote on this reasonable condition? All right, will the clerk please call the roll on reasonable condition number 1?
Councilmember Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
And Strasburg?
Yes, and thank you.
That reasonable condition is adopted by a vote of 9-0. Now we mysteriously skip to reasonable condition number 3. I don't know what happened to number 2, but that's okay.
Still in process.
So this, I move reasonable condition number 3.
Second.
So this is following up on the Environmental Commission's memo. It adds certain accessory uses to be allowed within the district ordinance. Chicken flocks, greenhouse, non-commercial, and recycling drop-off or self-serve drop-off locations. For chicken flocks, there are 2 asterisks in the table for that because there are some special requirements that need to be followed for those, as we all know. Is there any reaction from the staff or the petitioner to this particular reasonable condition?
We're fine with it.
I think that in general, we know there are lots of reasonable conditions that have been asked from not only individuals, but from staff, from other boards and commissions. And really, it's the totality of those that's important, not the individual ones. And I caution us to not jump into approving this or any other reasonable condition without having discussion on all the reasonable conditions and hearing from the public on all of them before we go down a trail of one that might be acceptable, that we have these reasonable conditions in front of us because it makes sense with the Environmental Commission. But then we come to one later and we say, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense in light of the previous one we did. So I think there ought to be some discussion of them as totality in each one before we come back and say, this one is more important than another one, or this one's effects were okay before we got to reasonable condition that we don't hear about next week, but it's not okay now that we have a reasonable condition next week that counters it or is in contradiction to it. Does that make sense? So I can't speak to any one of them at this point in time, not knowing what are the other reasonable conditions that might be on the table that have yet to be vetted or even heard.
So as I understand it, you're requesting that we do not vote on further reasonable conditions tonight? Is that your request?
That would, my request would be that we get all the reasonable conditions in front of us before we vote on any one of them.
Too late.
Well, I know, we've already voted on one, but I think that's an example of one that I don't think has unforeseen consequences, but I don't know about all of them. I'm not sure even about this one if there's unforeseen consequences that we haven't thought through.
All right, thank you. I know we have a motion on the table, but I'd like to take a minute to get the temperature from my colleagues on postponing votes on further reasonable conditions until we have them all on the table, or in our minds at least. What say you? Councilmember Asari?
I think maybe going to the line of questioning that I was asking earlier, I think we do need to think about this all as an ecosystem, right? I mean, you pull in one place, it sort of pops up somewhere else. And so, I think our goal here is to give some certainty, right? I mean, that's the whole idea. And I think if we're sort of doing these separately, it's going to create some uncertainty, and that's maybe not good.
Okay, any other thoughts on this matter? Does anybody feel strongly that we should vote on some today? Okay. Well, as far as this particular reasonable condition on accessory uses, we did introduce it, so let's, I will ask you all if there are any questions regarding adding these accessory uses. Councilmember Stossberg?
I do have a question about the accessory uses, but I also have a question about the idea of process. And like one of our process things is, well, we don't talk about it until we introduce it. And so I don't know if there's a better way to talk about the reasonable conditions without having to specify like when we vote on them in terms of process. Does that make sense as a question?
Can you lump them together?
Night to go through these reasonable conditions, discuss them, and then not vote on them?
Well, yeah, but not even have to like introduce them in order to discuss them. Just be like, okay, we're going to talk about reasonable condition number 3 now. Here it is. And
yes, I think during the course of your deliberations, you can mention the topics. You can either through questions ask the petitioner what they would think about a particular condition. You can mention that you're interested in that, and you can handle that through the course of your discussions.
okay, so we could just, I mean, now that we've introduced number 3, we would have to kind of postpone voting on it until.
You could withdraw the motion.
Okay, so we could withdraw the motion, and then we could just say we're going to talk about reasonable condition number 3.
Yes.
Great. Would you like to reason?
Well, while it's still on the table, I want to make sure there aren't any questions or concerns about this particular part of the puzzle, which I understand it makes sense to look at all the puzzle pieces together.
Okay.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and withdraw. What?
Well, I do have a question about number 3.
Okay, go
My
for it.
question is, we were kind of weird or particular about that PO district because it's like a park district, but it also is a district that's like we think is going to be like mostly in need of environmental remediation. And I'm just wondering about whether it's advisable to allow chicken flocks or greenhouses in that area, because if it is going to say be part of the floodplain, like greenhouse might be small and chickens have manure, and do we want that in our floodplain? And so I'm just wondering at why you put that in there in the parking, or in the park district, and whether maybe those two uses should not be allowed in the park district.
I put them in because in the UDO, they are allowed in the PO district. And I think there are other safeguards as far as, at least for chicken flocks, as far as floodplain. I don't know. Ms. Scanlon?
It's kind of a similar answer to what we've talked about for the other PO stuff, where we do think much of it will be in easements, protective easements. So then those things will be limited, like you can't put structures in there anyway. We don't envision that any of that land will be like privately owned by a homeowner that would then run chickens there. I mean, we could, that, you know, it isn't all mapped out yet, but the idea, the locations that they chose for their, you know, amended PO are supposed to be the locations that will be set aside.
As long as we don't have chicken manure in the floodplain, I think that's.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion to introduce reasonable condition number 3. Does the person who seconded it need to second the withdrawal? No? Okay. All right, I would like to just talk about the other reasonable conditions, and so the next one is also proposed by myself and is also a result of the Environmental Commission's memo. They are concerned about protecting steep slopes, and so am I. And as you may know, the state legislature has passed a law that says that localities cannot restrict construction on slopes that are less than 25%, I think, which runs counter to our current UDO, which I think will have to be amended because we're not allowed to enforce that after July 1st. So this reasonable condition would say that the UDO, as currently written, or as in effect January 1st, 2024, regarding steep slopes will remain the regulations that govern this PUD. So that is the proposal, and I have talked to the petitioner about this. They're not sure yet how much of their land would be subject to the regulations. So the current UDO says you can't build on anything that is 18% grade or higher, and that between 12 and 18% grade, you can only do land disturbing activities on 50% of that land at the most. So I think there's some uncertainty because they haven't done the in-depth environmental study, and even some of the roads proposed may be on steep slope land between 12 and 18%. But why am I talking about this? I can just ask the developer to respond to this idea about steep slopes if you have a response at this time.
We can't agree to this reasonable condition as it is stated at this point in time, and it's really a totality that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
And I understand from talking with Mr. Wenzel earlier today that one of the concerns is that there's no exception should, you know, just a very small part of a road or something put them over the 50% land disturbing activity. There's no process for an exception. If it were just a regular zoning, there could be a variance requested, but in a PUD, there's not that option. So I would look at maybe having some escape valve if there's, going to be a minimal encroachment on steep slopes that in either the environmental planner or the city engineer or somebody could allow an exception. Are there questions or comments about this idea from council members? Councilmember Stossberg?
I'll just say I think it's important to keep steep slopes in mind as it's currently written, but I also agree with the idea of some kind of variance ability, some kind of variance application, and an escape route is necessary.
Okay. Then what's called reasonable condition 5 is really just a renumbering. I think actually I am going to move that we introduce reasonable condition number 5, if I get a second.
Second.
Thank you. So this is really just a formatting issue. There's a specific section that talks about parking lots, and gosh, I have to find it again. It's like the list says something about, I'm sorry, I need to find it again to really make sense of this. 303020C2. This is in the district ordinance. Surface parking lot. A freestanding primary use vehicle surface parking lot for a maximum of 50 cars shall be permitted only in accordance with these provisions. And one of the provisions is surface parking may be shared by the public or its owners through a shared parking agreement. Well, that is not a provision. That is not a requirement that has to be followed in order to have a surface parking lot. That is an option, may be shared. Great. So that should be a separate item. It shouldn't be under this list of provisions. That's my only, it's really kind of a housekeeping item. Is there any, does the petitioner or staff have any issue with this?
May I say something unconventional, Madam Chair?
Councilmember, sorry.
Yesterday, or whenever it was, time is becoming strange, we talked about possibilities of different ways to do processes. It occurs to me that this is a great opportunity to do what was described, where you call a committee of the whole in the middle of the meeting. We dissolve rules. We have a basic conversation. Then we come back up and do this stuff again, because this isn't really fruitful, I don't feel, but I'm being unconventional. But I would, if I don't mean to create a stir and make us all, have to spend hours debating what this would look like. But if it's possible, I wish to motion that we do a quick committee of the whole to have a just unstructured conversation about this, so that the petitioners can freely talk back and forth with us. Then we can dissolve such a thing and move on with our meeting. But I don't have a second, so I will just be quiet, I suppose. Is there a second? Well, it was worth it.
I appreciate the idea. I think that, that's something we should look at, perhaps using committee of the whole as it was intended in Robert's rules. So is there any member of the public who would like to comment on reasonable condition, where are we, number 5?
I was looking up Robert's rules, so I got a little distracted. Yes, number 5.
Renumbering something. How exciting is that? All right. I don't see any takers on that, so we come back to council. Any comments on this before we vote? I think this one we can just dispose of tonight because it's not substantive. Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll on reasonable condition number 5?
Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Point of
Flaherty?
information. I have no idea what we're voting about, sorry.
Reasonable condition number 5 to renumber something in the district ordinance.
Just renumbering it? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Zulik is out of the room. Councilmember Rallo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
And Asari.
Yes.
Okay, that reasonable condition has been approved. Next, I'd like to talk about the idea in reasonable condition number 6. So I had a conversation with Stephanie LaFontaine, who is the HAND Department Affordable Housing Program Manager, and I think it was clear to both of us that 120% of AMI, housing that is financially geared towards people who make 120% of AMI, is not actually affordable housing. And I think even the developer recognizes that. But that is what is currently in our UDO as being required, the required level of 15% of units in a PUD. So just to fill you in, so 120% of AMI for a household with 3 people is $97,560. That is not a low-income household. That is a pretty well-off household. So the equivalent rent, if they want a 2-bedroom house or a 2-bedroom housing unit, it'd be $1,979 a month. So that's not affordable. It's clearly not affordable. I would like to get to an actual percentage of housing units that are truly affordable. And there are many ways to do this. So this was just, the reasonable condition was one idea, which was to go down to 90% of HUD AMI level, which for a household of 3 people is $73,170. It's still middle class, I'd say. But it's getting to a place of better affordability. And that would be for a 2-bedroom housing unit, the rent would be $1,484. So I think we just need to do better with affordability in this PUD, and I'm open to other ideas of how to do that. So that's the motivation behind this, and I'd love to hear feedback from colleagues. Councilmember Asari.
Does reasonable condition 1 not address this if we were just to change that in the UDO?
Reasonable condition 1?
Yeah, the first reasonable condition that we discussed.
The EV charging stations?
Well, I thought it was the one about, maybe it was 2.
It was
about,
specifically the EV charging.
Oh, I see. That wasn't about just general. I see. Well, in which case, I clearly am paying great amounts of attention. I think the question here to me is, I mean, can we not address it in a similar way, which says, follow the UDO as relates to affordability? Because I think I asked this line of questioning earlier that if we change the line of affordability, it's just going to come out on another side, and I think that's not desirable.
Yeah, I think that would be a good way to handle it, as long as we can then follow up and make sure we change the UDO to be lower than 120%.
Right. I'd support that. I'm happy to work with you on that if that's something that you want to do.
And that way, it also wouldn't put the petitioner at a disadvantage as compared with other PUDs because they would all be at that same level. Councilmember Stossberg?
I also want to point out that as a PUD, this is kind of supposed to be like something special or something different and not just always follow the UDO. And like if we just say like everything needs to follow the UDO, then we're, I mean, I don't disagree with what has just been said, but I also just want to kind of be deliberate about thinking about this space as not just another zoning district, as an opportunity to do something potentially better or potentially meeting more of Bloomington's actual housing need. And I also would have to learn a whole lot more about how rents relate to mortgage payments, because I can only say from experience of having rented and from having owned, my mortgage payments have been consistently smaller than my rental payments. Whenever I have rented, my rental payment is higher. And of course, when you own, there's all these like other potential liabilities of repairs and taxes and all of those things. So, you know, it would be a different calculation, but in terms of a mortgage, in terms of ownership, in terms of how much a house would cost. So I would be interested in, I'm peering over here at the chart that Councilmember Piedmont Smith has that just talks about rents, but what about, you know, if you're, you know, in that 120% of AMI with a family of 3 making $97,560, what house can you afford if you buy? And so I think that there is a gap in ownership options for that 120% of AMI in terms of like how much that house is worth. So I guess I'd be interested in more kind of data around that idea of what is affordable housing in Bloomington, what it actually is versus what's available, and like what like the numbers, you know, in theory say is affordable in those different zones. And I feel like I'm rattling and going around at this point, but I think the sentiment here is good, and it just needs a little bit of time and refinement, which is why we're not voting on things tonight.
Other questions or comments about this idea from council members? Councilmember Flaherty?
Thank you. I think I'm in line with what Councilmember Asari was saying, if I gather, which is that I would be a little loath to make adjustments of this kind only in this PUD and without further analysis. The way large projects build in affordability, which was described by the petitioner earlier tonight, is every other unit pays more, which is fine. It's a fine trade-off to make, but it does have an impact. And the deeper you go on affordability, the difference between 120% and 90%, you know, is relatively significant. I'd want to actually like see some numbers about how that pans out socialized across the other units in terms of affecting their affordability or their pricing, you know, generally. And so I think it requires, it's tricky and requires some deeper thought. I can imagine a tiered approach, you know, driven in the UDO and reference the UDO, where you've got, instead of just 15% of units at 120% AMI or below, you say, you know, there's a portion, it's 5% between, or, you know, 10% between 80% and 120% AMI, and another 5% below 80% AMI or something like that, whatever we arrive at. But I think that really needs to be informed with some like pretty deep analysis and engagement with staff and developers as well. So for that reason, I think I'm voicing my preference to, if we include, you know, adjust the affordability to reference the UDO rather than adjusting it here and then make that adjustment in the UDO. And there's lots of other things in this project that go above and beyond what the UDO does, of course, including a portion of this affordability incentives where they would do 20%, not 15%. So just wanted to note that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that all makes sense. I think that definitely things to think about between this week and our next hearing on the matter. Other ideas on the affordability part? I want to ask Ms. Scanlon, the affordability rates in the UDO and also in the current commitments from the petitioner, they're applicable whether it's owner-occupied or rental, right? Okay. So, yeah, I would be curious how that's calculated for mortgage rates, since it relies on so many other factors, but we can have that discussion another time. All right, well, let's go to the last reasonable condition that, or the idea for the last reasonable condition that we had in our packet.
Thank you. That's another one of mine. So this one refers to the section 01.01.040 affordable housing. And in like the last kind of bullet point of that, there is a credit carryover scheme that if you build, say, more affordable housing in one of these neighborhoods, then you can build less affordable housing in another one of these neighborhoods. And Ms. Scanlon and I talked about it, and actually Mr. Vincel and I talked about it as well, in that if you follow the carryover scheme, there still has to be a 10% minimum affordability in each of these zones. And that's the way that it is currently written. But I was a math teacher, and sometimes math is really hard. And I just really want there to be a sentence in there that explicitly says that the 10% is a minimum, so that people don't have to have a math discussion about that every time they think about it. And that is what this reasonable condition does, is just explicitly states something that already exists in the document. And you might think that it's redundant. Some people might think that it's redundant, but as somebody who's taught a lot of people math who are very confused by math, I think that sometimes redundancy with numbers is valuable.
All right, any comments or thoughts on that?
Do we want to motion that one and vote on it because it's a redundancy and doesn't really change anything, and get it out of the way so we don't have to think about it?
That would be fine.
Great. I move reasonable condition number 7.
All right, we've already discussed it, so is there any member of the public who would like to comment on reasonable condition number 7, which clarifies a minimum of 10% of units in each neighborhood would be required to meet permanent affordability standards? Nobody in council chambers? Is there anybody online? No. Okay, we'll come back to council. Any other comments before we vote? Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll on reasonable condition number 7?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Flaherty? Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes, sorry. I thought it came through the first time.
It's okay. Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
And Rosenbarger?
Yes.
All right, we got that one taken care of. Let's come back to council for other general questions or possible ideas that people have for reasonable conditions that we should talk about. Councilmember Rallo?
This is for Ms. Scanlon. I brought this up last time, a couple weeks ago, and that was how we could assure, my interest is to have owner-occupied dwellings. And it seems the best way to create that potential is the structures themselves. They may not be owner-occupied, they may be rentals, but townhouses, condos, single-family homes are generally speaking oftentimes owner-occupied. Certainly large multifamily apartment buildings are not. In the manner in which we do that, is it appropriate to proceed with a reasonable condition in allowed uses of specific zones, or to have arrived at percent of those aforementioned structures in the entire PUD. Do you have an opinion on that? And then I'd like to hear the petitioner's opinion.
Do either. I think in the R and the RH1, the uses are already limited in such a way that they will be primarily detached or attached single family or townhouse style homes. Though the multifamily up to 50 with one incentive is allowed in the RH1, so that's something you could think about. But I do think also it's an interesting idea to talk about a minimum percentage. I think the petitioner does have some ideas on that they would probably, that we've discussed briefly today, that could kind of address some options for you all to think about as well.
Okay. Mr. Finsel, do you have a view on this?
Thank you. I think that from our perspective, the idea of designing something that allowed for individual ownership and therefore owner occupancy is what would make sense. That would be as each building or sets of buildings came in, we would meet a minimum, I would suggest percentage as opposed to number, just because there's some flexibility that we are maintaining that capable of ownership in our design that was be approved through the planning department. I'd also like to hear what our legal staff has to say on this, just to make sure that we're not speaking out of turn.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't believe the council can impose a direct requirement that the property be owner occupied. I do think there are ways to get at that through the design process and through the form of the building. So if council members, the petitioner, and planning staff want to discuss that, I'd suggest continuing those discussions and working on wording of a condition.
Yes, I agree. I don't think it's appropriate here to try to, and of course I'd like to hear from my colleagues their opinion on it, but the specifics of it I think will require a much deeper discussion. So,
are there any ideas related to owner occupancy that people want to bring up? Councilmember Asari?
Maybe in the form of a question, is there an ability to limit, for example, company-owned buildings or something of that nature?
We get into a tricky area when you start limiting who can own property.
Right.
We're very limited by the state. There are many cases in other jurisdictions where any type of owner occupancy requirement, not any type, but the type that we're talking about, would be struck down. There have been some instances where ADU owner occupancy requirements have been upheld, but prohibiting a class of people, or in this case, a corporation, from owning gets
Right.
into
Is
very
the
shaky
same
legal
thing.
ground.
Just clarifying. Thank you.
Councilmember Strasburg?
I've been interested in whether, because my understanding is an HOA could have rules and restrictions around that. So I have been interested in figuring out whether there was any kind of HOA rule approval mechanism, or whether there could be one, just so that then, I mean, we wouldn't necessarily be dictating what would be in an HOA contract or rule set or whatever, but that there would be, I don't know, it's some kind of approval or some kind of a check, just to kind of put some of that on them. So I've been exploring that avenue, and having Mr. Lucas look into that a little bit. And I don't know if there are any conclusions reached right now about that, but I haven't mentioned that to Ms. Scanlon directly, so I don't know.
Generally, HOA bylaws don't come to the city for approval. It may be that the petitioner is willing to somehow commit to that idea, but the details would need to be thought out much more thoroughly, I think.
Same, yeah, that would be my same comment. Like, you all can't require owner occupancy, but if they commit to requiring it on a smaller scale or something, related to that, then that could be a discussion, I think, as long as Stephen said it was fine.
If I could just follow up on that. So legally, we could ask the developer to commit to a certain percentage of units to be in HOAs that require owner occupancy for 15 years or something. No? I invite either the petitioner or the staff to respond.
I think the petitioner could probably speak to it better than I, but I'll give you an example. Like when we're talking about city-owned property and things that we want people to do there that we can't get at or don't get at through the zoning code, like at Hopewell or someplace like that, we own it. So they through the sales agreement, we have other things put in place that don't come into place through the zoning code or, like Trades District or wherever. So the petitioner owns all of this property. If they agreed to restricting it in some way through the sale, that seems like something that is done. But I don't know if that is desirable or what the, actual logistics of then you all being involved with that would be.
Would the petitioner like to respond? You don't have to. Sorry.
I think I appreciate the sentiment of what's trying to happen here, but if we place covenants and restrictions on a piece of property through a homeowners association, at some point in time, it becomes the homeowners association. They either go bankrupt, they flourish, they enforce their rules, or they change their rules. But we can't keep them as an entity from acting in those different manners, right? They might merge with two, they might divide into two. That's going to take place. So there's going to be that. So I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't want us to try to impose something that literally on the day that the homeowners association becomes in control of the homeowners, they change it. The sentiment is there. I think you do it by more of a carrot in that here are the options that it allows for homeownership as opposed to trying to dictate it.
Thank you. Other questions? What? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Following on the same thread, so what Mr. Wenzel just stated is correct, of course. You could create an HOA model. The HOA could change. They could change the rules. And I think what I'd add is that we shouldn't be seeking to have condos that mandate owner occupancy of every unit. What you should be seeking to do is have condos with an HOA structure that requires that no one can own more than one unit, or perhaps two units. By doing that, you guarantee that it's a distributed and diverse set of entities, typically individual people, occasionally a company who wants to have a unit available for traveling staff, things like that. And by having individually owned units and nobody has the ability to buy them all up, that diversity of ownership leads to a natural balance of ownership and rental. I've shared before in this context, for instance, that I live in a condo building. There's 32 units. About 2/3 of them are owner occupied. There's no requirement that any of them be owner occupied. The one requirement is what I just described, that they all have to be owned separately. So I think that's the structure we should be seeking. And I think, to Mr. Wenzel's point, if you set up that structure to start, I think the likelihood of people collectively changing it across 20, 40, 60 units to then allow one person to buy them all up or something is highly unlikely. I think once you set it in place at the beginning, it actually probably will stay in place. So I do think it's a viable approach. The trick we run into, and I guess to Ms. Scanlon's point, again, correct, the owner of the property, the developer, can choose to pursue that structure. What we're running into is our ability to mandate that via zoning, which is not a typical zoning thing. I've been noodling on this as well, like my colleagues. Haven't yet talked to Mr. Lucas about it, but the thing that I've kind of arrived at as a possibility is what about like an attestation from the petitioner that a certain percent of units or buildings in the overall district or in a neighborhood that they attest that they will develop those units or partner with subs, whoever else they're gonna partner with to develop it, to have some of those be the structure we're describing here. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to voluntarily attest to some percent like that, and binding mechanisms, enforceability, sure, there's kind of like a trust, goodwill, good faith element of a signed attestation of some kind. But would that be possible? I'm not even sure a reasonable condition would be necessary, strictly speaking. But finally, one last point, which is that in the previous regular session, this was kind of discussed whether we could do this or not. No, you can't do this legally. But Councilmember Rosenberger made the point, okay, sure, but we could vote up or down on this thing, right? And so ultimately, if the majority of the council really would like to see some structure, and we feel like it's entirely reasonable, asking for like an attestation that there are going to be some threshold of this that takes the approach I just described, is that something that we could do, I guess? And have we seen that before? Some sort of voluntary attestation from a petitioner that they're going to do X. I guess that question's either primarily for staff, both council and city staff, but would welcome views from the petitioner as well.
Yes, good question. Part of the council's statutory authority in the PUD section of state code provides that the council can allow or require the owner of real property to make written commitments. So that's what I've seen before. I don't think that's exactly what you're talking about. A written commitment would be, I think, a stronger document that's generally recorded. So something short of that may be possible. It'd be something we'd need to talk through with the petitioner. And again, I think you got it, the enforceability of it long term if the HOA were to change its rules. So I just caution the council on, if you're making your decision on the assumption that that's going to be some sort of binding agreement, we need to give that some thought, and we should be clear as to what the effect of that would be before the council adopts it. But in short, I've seen something similar through written commitments. It's an interesting idea to discuss with the petitioner, I think.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to do one more round of questions, and then I think we should go to the public. So are there any other questions related perhaps to reasonable conditions? Okay. I don't see any, so let us go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak on this overall petition for Summit development? Okay. Sorry, I actually didn't need to see hands raised. But if you would like to speak on this matter, you'll have up to 3 minutes, and you can approach the microphone and be sure to print your name and then say your name. And Mr. Lucas, could you please give the announcement for our audience on Zoom?
Folks are on Zoom and would like to speak to this ordinance, please raise your hand in Zoom. You can find the raise hand feature in your control bar under the Reactions tab or the More tab. You can also send a chat to the meeting host to let us know you'd like to speak.
All right, we can go ahead here in Chambers.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Abbott from Regional Opportunity Initiatives, and I wanted to talk about the need for housing in general and this project specifically. So recently, ROI updated the housing study, and it showed that we needed to add about 7,000 units of both rental and owner-occupied housing across all market segments by 2035 to keep pace with expected growth. So, that's a lot of units, and I think this project really is a good step into getting to that goal. You may hear housing geeks like myself speak about missing middle housing types, and I was really happy to see that this development includes a variety of housing types, including condos and townhouses. These can provide housing options to households that for whatever reason, may not be able to go out and buy a single-family structure. I also think about seniors who aren't ready for assisted living, but don't necessarily want to paint or clean gutters, or young families who are looking for possible entry into the homeownership market. So I think a development, a variety of housing types really encourages a mixed income neighborhood, mixed ages, mixed incomes, and I think that's a really good thing. I've never been an advocate for segregating housing by income. I also, Isabel, wanted to address your example that you came up with earlier, and I confess I did it in the back row, so I'll have to check my math tomorrow. But using a household income of $97,560 a year for a household of 3, so if you have one car payment and one child in full-time daycare based on state averages, which is not outside the realm of possibility for most people, a 7% interest rate in a 30-year mortgage period, the house that they can afford is about $57,000. So I checked homefinder.org. There are 22 houses and 15 condos and townhomes on the market in that market right now. So part of the issue is not that they can't afford a house, it just doesn't exist. It's hard to get into that market. So I think that we really do need to think about providing a variety of housing types for all the housing market segments, because we don't want to limit it to just, okay, you can afford it without any assistance, or you can afford it and can get assistance, and that leaves us with a missing middle. I also wanted to address the energy efficiency proposal in this development. I'm kind of excited about that. Those of you who have known me for a long time know that I've been advocating that since back in the early 2000s. And I really feel like this is a win-win situation. Part of the reason that I've always been an advocate for this is that every dollar that a household isn't spending on heating and cooling their home is a dollar that they can spend to benefit their family. So I hope you'll support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Do I just start? Okay, I'll just start. My name is Kyle Davis. I am representative of a new organization in Bloomington called YIMBY Anna, which is an interesting turn of phrase on the popular acronym YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard. I'm representing this organization to advocate for this council to approve this development from a fundamental belief that in order for prices to go down and in order for affordability to be a cornerstone and a pillar of this community's development projects and procedures, we have to build more houses. That's the simple fact. And I sort of interpret this through the lens of supply and demand. You have low supply of houses, and you have an ever-increasing demand as more people need houses, more people need shelter. In order to lower the prices and ensure that those prices don't get unaffordably high, you need to build more. You need to increase that supply. I was just going to reference this in my speech, the ROI report, that 7,000 houses need to be built. And of course, the person before me actually laid that case out. But I just want to sort of preface this with a question that I believe our community has to answer. The question is fundamental. Do we grow to accommodate not only those already here, but those who seek to come to this town, or do we stagnate, refuse to grow, and watch prices steadily rise in an already largely unaffordable housing market? I, as well as the representatives of my organization, argue that we continue to grow, and I think a fundamental part of that is approving this development and approving further developments that come forward in the future, so that not only can we grow as a community, but we can provide an affordable place for individuals who are coming here or already exist here to find shelter, to find housing, and to live in this community without worrying about the rent that they might have to pay. And I believe that that's a fundamental necessity of any local government's prerogative, and I think it is something that this council should take with the utmost sincerity and importance. I don't really have much more to say, but I think it's important that we consider that, beyond all the little individual recommendations and the individual regulations and all of these individual points, the fundamental goal here should be to decrease prices, to increase affordability. And I think the major way that our community does that is to embrace production, to embrace building houses, and to embrace economic development over economic stagnation. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask about anybody on Zoom, so we have some variety here. Do we have anybody on Zoom? like to speak?
At the moment, one taker on Zoom, Mary Beth Price.
Okay, Ms. Price, you can go ahead.
Yes, I have already emailed council some of my thoughts about the development, but I just had a reminder, aside from that. Summit Elementary is there adjacent to this development. I just want to remind those who don't know that or forgot, but I'm curious, I don't have a map in front of me of the development, but I wondered, should another elementary school be needed, where would the land be for a school? Because it looks like all of this is going to be developed that can be developed.
Okay, Ms. Price, given our current rules and structure of our meetings, we do not have a back and forth with members of the public
I'm
at this
just
time, but
curious.
we can find the answer for you.
Okay, didn't look like there would be any land for an elementary, so, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's come back to Chambers. Next person.
Hi, thank you. My name is Thomas Landis, and I just want to highlight that Kyle, who spoke earlier, is a high school student and pretty well eloquent. I was very impressed with his comments, and they reflect a lot of what I have learned as well over the years. I'm currently a member of the Urban Land Institute, a nonprofit organization committed to the transformative impact of the built environment, and I'm also a member of the Bloomington chapter of Strong Towns, another organization committed to responsible growth, development, and vibrant, healthy communities. Both of those sound very Bloomington to me. And I guess I would be kind of one of these people, a housing geek. I mean, I am not connected to this project other than being a member of this community and wanting to see this community grow and develop in some very powerful and possible ways. In 2009, my wife and I agreed to couple our lives together, and we had a pretty good idea of who we were. We had some core values that we shared, and we're entering our second decade of marriage. And if we would have required our coupling to achieve very specific outcomes that were legislated and mandated ahead of time, we would have got so lost in the weeds that we would have missed a beautiful opportunity together. And that's the conversation that I kind of see happening here tonight. Gosh, this is such a great project. There is so much value this project offers with housing diversity that definitely includes owner occupancy and renters. I want to ask this question. What's wrong with renters? Why do we have such a problem with renters in this town? My God, I rented. I'm a good person. I know a lot of renters who are good people. They need places to live, and we need units for people to rent. There are people who want to rent because they don't want to own a house. When we mandate owner occupancy, what we do is legislate unaffordable houses. That's what just happened earlier during this meeting. I'm armchair, so I don't totally know, but by not approving that tax abatement and pushing it to June, that seems like it's really increased carrying costs and has actually required and legislated unaffordable prices in Bloomington. I want to make sure that we don't do that with this project. There are a number of beautiful things about this project, and I want to emphasize that 80% of American households, according to the AARP, are not traditional nuclear families. They don't need the 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, single-family house. It is unattainable, it's unaffordable for so many of us, and if we require that, and if we over-legislate, I think we lose a great opportunity that could be a very nice relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker here in Chambers.
Good evening, Madam President, Council, Clerk Bolden, distinguished staff. This is Christopher Ng from the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I spoke before you about this before. I don't want to repeat anything I said. I just want to echo Mr. Landis, Ms. Abbott, and of course Mr. Davis, who I was going to bring up his group at Bloomington High School South that is in the HT if you want to read about his YIMBY, yes, in my backyard, which is, you know, as I talked about with the Echo Park Urban Forest Living. I am a recovering NIMBY. So this is an important sort of development and where we are saying yes to development. And the Summit District Planned Unit is that PUD that we should be looking for smart growth. The one thing I wanted to say that we haven't talked about, which is not much, is that according to that same ROI report that Ms. Abbott introduced, is that 17% of the workforce coming into the county, while only 8% leave to work. And so what that deficit does is those that are coming into work, their income taxes go to their home counties. They don't stay here in Monroe County. By building more houses, a municipality attracts new residents and sort of builds that overall population and tax base, which means they're more likely to earn income, pay the taxes, and boosting our local government here, which is what we like to see. That revenue benefits government so we can invest in some of the improved projects that we've heard at this council talked about, such as sidewalks, such as other infrastructure, which is very expensive. But this particular PUD remains a smart growth that I think is something that fits the character of Bloomington and something the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce supports at this time. And I thank you and good night.
Thank you. Next person here in chambers, and please everybody make sure to sign in.
Good evening. I'm Randy Rogers. I'm with the United Way here in town, and I speak in favor of this project, in particularly because it's growth of housing in our community. And I'm very respectful of the questions you've asked, the comments that you've approached, and how you're taking a very thoughtful, deliberate approach to having this project come to fruition. But I think there have been many that have put forth the right questions, the right structure, the right planning to bring this to fruition. It was said earlier that we're shy 7,000 units through a ROI study in this community, and that just creates a demand issue. We talk about high prices, it's demand. I spent 5 years in the real estate industry overseeing this in a different community, and that's exactly what happened. Prices go up when there is just no demand, and we have people moving into the community. 46% of the people in our region are either in poverty or in what's defined as an ALICE threshold. ALICE is asset limited, income constrained, employed. 46% of the people. So when you have lack of demand or lack of inventory, demand is there, it raises the prices. It puts an even stronger pinch on those individuals that fall into that category. And that's half of our population, or just shy of half of our population. So I think, again, I applaud you in how you've thought about this project. I applaud you in the work you've put into it, but I urge you to act on it so we can fix the demand problem in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, is there anybody else online who would like to give a comment?
Yes. Next, we have Jessica Missy.
Okay, Jessica.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica, and I'm a student at Indiana University and a senior. So I'm someone who wouldn't be living in this housing development as someone who's leaving the Bloomington community. From my observations, I've volunteered at Shalom Center and a lot of local organizations that are particularly concerned about housing vacancies. As the ROI study that's been cited many times over before me, there's a need for 7,000 additional residencies. And another thing that Bloomington faces as a college town, as well as West Lafayette, is a lack of vacancies and one of the lowest vacancy rates across the state. So one of the big questions that's been proposed here is about affordable housing, and I do applaud the use of a PUD rather than simply single-family zoning or strict zoning laws, as that gives a lot of creativity and a lot of leeway to meet Bloomington's demand needs. But I also wanted to propose, and forgive me if I'm overstepping, some other not housing proposals isn't different from a PUD, but some other solutions. I've also read about possible, similar to college financial aid, housing financial aid, where it's kind of like a pay-as-you-can system, and as people are able to lift themselves up and make more, then they're able to pay more for their housing just because I've seen we have a lot of affordability concerns as we build this development. And I think giving people the opportunity through the PUD, knocking down providing additional housing vacancies can also really contribute to tackling a lot of people being unhoused, particularly in Bloomington.
All right, thank you. We'll come back to Council Chambers for the next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Goodlett. I am President and CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Monroe County. Habitat's mission is to expand affordable housing opportunities by partnering with people in our community. Today, I'm here to advocate for accommodating an increase in housing supply. Your consideration of this proposed PUD comes at a time of critical importance as the need for housing units of all types currently exceeds our community's willingness to work collaboratively to encourage development of those units. Approval of the Summit District PUD would set Bloomington on a course to thoughtfully develop the largest vacant parcel of land in the city. This variety of housing types is needed, and the phased approach to the build-out allows flexibility if community needs are not being met. Please shift your mindset from the developer to the end users, because this project is about people. Not only does a higher density development help solve for our long-term needs, it also reduces the per unit cost so that housing can be accessible to lower wage earners in Bloomington. I strongly believe that people who work in our community should have the opportunity to live in our community. Solving the housing affordability crisis will take a multi-level coordinated effort. Increasing housing supply is one part of a solution upon which the Plan Commission must act by approving this PUD. I would also like to take 1 minute to address low-income homeownership and say that without a mechanism for financing that homeownership, it can't happen. That's where Habitat steps in. We provide the financing. I don't think a lot of people know that, but we write the mortgages on all of our homes. So if you are stipulating that you want low-income homeownership, you also have to provide some mechanism for those people who could live in those homes to be able to afford them through financing. And that is currently a huge barrier for families. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person here in Chambers.
All right, good evening. My name is Jen Pearl, and I'm the president of the Bloomington Economic Development Corporation. You've seen our letter in the packet before. You've heard me comment before. I'd love to echo much of what our colleagues said right before me, because a lot of those things align with what we found in the Economic Vitality Project. Need to accommodate people for wage growth and quality of place and all of the other things that we need in our community. The other thing I'd just like to say that's different this evening is I feel fortunate enough to travel around the state and work with our sister organizations around the state. And other communities are hustling to address housing needs across the state. So this is a really, really exciting opportunity that we have here to do something that makes sense for our community. And so I would just urge you to not take your foot off the gas on this one. We know that this is needed in the community, and thank you for doing all you can to meet these needs of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, do we have anybody else online?
At the moment.
Okay. Anybody else in Chambers? All right, we'll come back to council, and we'll do one more round of questions. Are there other questions for staff or the petitioner? Councilmember Rollo.
This one is for Ms. Scanlon. There was a large development, 80 acres, called Renwick, that was proposed back in 2004, I believe. And I happened to be on the council then. And we crafted some conditions of approval that I thought were hard and fast. However, they didn't turn out to be. So for instance, it was an old farm, and there were these enormous, beautiful trees that had been part of a fence line, and the petitioner agreed that he would preserve them, and it became a condition of approval. Later, he went to the BZA and said, I want to build this building, and I'd like to make it a bit bigger, and these trees are in the way, which I thought was ironic, since the trees were there, but the plan was, of course, a rendering. And the BZA approved it. So I wonder to what extent are these conditions of approval hard and fast? And is there any possibility to improve that situation if they aren't?
Great question. Well, I wasn't here when Rick got approved, but I will say the way that the department works now, and I don't know if something particular has changed in the UDO or if this is just a more careful read, but we don't do variances in PUDs anymore at all. So I do think from my perspective, so I've been here almost 9 years. From my perspective, enforcement has changed quite a bit, and that includes not just enforcement of complaints, but enforcement of site plans and approvals and conditions of approval. And the staff that we have been fortunate enough to have in these last in that time is very thorough about following up on those. We can always use more staff people, as you always hear me say when you ask questions about enforcement things. But I do think kind of the culture of making sure that those types of things, like the conditions are met, is different now. And I think in recent approvals and PUDs and things like that, we have really run those all down to make sure that they are met. And I don't know what was happening when those things happened previously, but at the very, I would say at the very base level, we don't allow for, BZA to, we would not allow that to happen now.
I'd like to follow up on the question that Mary Beth Price asked during public comment. Basically, where could a new elementary school go if there's developed a need for a new elementary school? Ms. Gallon, could you address that?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I thought you were going to ask. It is in the use, the proposed use table. Let me see, just a second. Maybe. Of the packet or your page 21? I'm looking at a different one, I think. Oh, hold on. Basically, it would be based on the approved use table and where schools are allowed. And I will tell you what districts that's in just shortly. So school, public or private, which would be, what would that be? That would be for an elementary school, are allowed as permitted with the UDO use specific standards in all of the districts except for R and PO.
The school district could buy property in all the districts except for R and PO.
Correct.
And build
Yes.
a school. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Strasburg, pardon me. It's getting
All
late.
right, I'm good. I'm much more comfortable that way. I just want to address the school thing for just a second, if I can, which is maybe more of a comment. And I think that we just all need to remember, everybody listening and everybody in this room, that MCCSC is their own corporation and their own district, and they can make decisions, and they can manage their population, and they know best where their population is coming from and how their population is distributed. So for us to speculate too much about the need for a school or what might happen is it's not really in our purview. And if you actually do look at their enrollment has changed over time. It has not grown at the same rate that other things have grown. And if you look at the individual schools, some schools have really lost population, and other schools have gained population, and that is one of the reasons why they are looking at redistricting right now broadly, so that they can help manage their population, and that is their job and their responsibility, and I think that they will do that very well. And it's not like all of a sudden 10,000 people are going to drop overnight into this district. It will be a slow roll-in of population that would give, I think, the schools plenty of time to adjust and manage within the population constraints that they have. So I just want to assure everybody that our school system has that under control. Thank you. And I have mentioned this personally to some school board members, and they have all been like, yeah, we have that under control. So.
Thank you. Are there other questions from council members? Councilmember Stossberg.
I actually have another question too. So it's for the petitioner, I think, because we got a nice comment about the idea of like, well, what could a house cost for somebody who was making almost $100,000? And so I want to bring that, kind of reverse it a little bit and say, what would an ownership opportunity look like? Is it possible to build something that could sell for, say, $150,000? And what kind of form structure would that look like? And where would that fit into the planning zones that you currently have?
$50,000 is not easy today. It's difficult to build a multifamily one-bedroom apartment for $150,000 today on an individual basis in a building. But paired homes on small lots in the RH1 or RH2 zone can get close to that. We might look at other alternatives, be that some type of modular construction, some type of other thing. We've tried to allow for as much diversity there as possible to be able to bring that down, but it's difficult. I'll be honest, it's difficult. And I don't think most Habitat homes are being built at that place. So just being honest, it's not easy.
I know. I looked it up. I looked it up reverse, and I went, well, how much? If you made $60,000 a year, what house could you buy? And it was around the 150 mark, and so that was also kind of looking at that table and thinking about that affordability. So thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, we will go to final comments for this evening. Well, perhaps before we do that, I would entertain a motion so that we know whether we will continue this to another meeting and when that would be, and then we can do final comments. But Mr. Lucas is making a face that perhaps that is not appropriate. Should we do final comments and then do a motion?
I think so. If you introduce a motion to postpone, it's debatable to the extent you need to debate whether to postpone it. So I think you should hold off on that motion if you'd like to make comments.
All right. Let us then do final comments on the PUD as a whole. Or comments as of this time, I should say. It's not final. Councilmember Asari.
Councilman Morello had his hand up, so first, I don't want to, he seemed more eager. Okay, I'll go
Councilmember Rollo?
first.
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, it might. No, yeah, I hope not. Well, there's a lot I could say, but I think I'm going to narrow it to really the owner occupancy focus. Because, so the claim is that we need more housing, and I don't dispute that, but I think the question should be the type of housing. Just to note that building equity in a dwelling is the chief way people build and preserve wealth in our country, and I think that the rental versus home ownership ratio is lopsided, and the comprehensive plan calls for diversity in housing types, but I don't think that we've been realizing that diversity. So, for instance, owner occupancy in Bloomington right now is about 35%. In the state as a whole, it's 70%. Of course, we have a high student population here, but it's 45% in Ann Arbor, it's 44% in Champaign, Illinois. So those are college towns, and they have a higher rate of owner occupancy than we do. I don't think it's disputable that our housing costs have been going up substantially. But just to talk about this ratio of the housing types, Mr. Lucas, could you show, I just have a couple slides. The first one is a bar graph, and it's from the Regional Opportunity Initiatives Study in Housing. And it was updated recently, but this data shows till 2018. Nope, there it is. So the blue and the red are single-family and townhouses, I think, or duplexes, excuse me. And then the multifamily is in green, and you can see this is for Bloomington in the city, and you can see that there's been a preponderance of multifamily being built. This is permits, and that's through, I'm sorry, this is through, I can't read it, 2021, thank you. So this has been just updated recently. So if you add those from 2015 on, you get about 900 structures that could be owner occupied, and you get 4,000 multifamily units. So I tried to get more recent data, but I don't have it. Maybe if somebody has the means to get that data, I'll try to get permits from the county. But just as an anecdote, if you just show the next slide. So these, not that one. We'll save that to last. That's not mine. Well, we're going in reverse order, but okay, let's just start here. So this is a big multifamily development called Verve, and that consists of 240 units, and that was just built recently. Show us another one. This one is on East 3rd Street near 446, and it's called Third, and it's 213 units. Let's see, this one is, I believe this one is Plato 2, and it's 172 dwelling units. Is that correct, Ms. Scanlon? Okay. This one was just approved. It's called Hub 2 by the Plan Commission. It's 1,143 bedrooms. It's 441 units. This is, what is that, Evolve? I think that's Evolve. And that is 280 units. And then this one is, what's that? This one's District at Latimer. This one is the old Kmart site. So that's what went up there.
I believe it's called the Current.
Current? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. And that's 340 units. So it's just to give you an example that this all adds to about 1,700 units of apartments. And I would argue that we've had probably an order of magnitude less of permitted owner occupancy type dwellings. So the last slide is the table, and that's from the ROI study too. And what it shows is the home sales in Monroe County, and it shows the listings, and you'll see that over from 2012 to 2022, there's been a change of minus 25% in housing listings. Median days on market has declined from 57 to 21. The median list price of a single-family home has increased, almost doubled. It's gone up by 86%, and the median sales price has gone up 90%. So I do believe that there is a supply-demand problem, and I think that there is a housing imbalance. And that's why I think that because this PUD has to demonstrate public good, that we really have to focus on the owner occupancy and make sure that it's delivered here. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll be working on something with the petitioner and with planning and my colleagues to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Asare.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Rallo and Madam Chair. I think, and also most importantly to our wonderful city staff and the petitioners for, I think, bearing with a very long process here. I think that as a council, we have this desire to put a stamp on this and have our input, and I think rightly so. This is a huge project. It's a project of great magnitude, and kudos that we're taking the time and diligence to do that. But I do think that first and foremost, the city staff and planning advisory group, they've been working on this for months, and in some cases a year. I think years, going over multiple administrations and two councils, et cetera. And I think that it's okay in this case for us to acknowledge and support their judgment. And I think that that's a very good indicator to the market when we're talking about the actual supply and demand for houses and those who are taking risk to develop those houses here. And I think that really what we want to do, and I think we have to be very careful, and I've said this I think throughout this meeting, as we're coming up with conditions, we have to be mindful of the whole ecosystem of these. And I think that, I made the suggestion at some point that we sort of suspend council rules for a second so we could just talk freely about this. I think one thing that has emerged is that I think all of us have some desire to see more owner-occupied houses of some sense. It's unclear to me whether what we really mean is that we don't want sort of houses built specifically for students or something like that, like the ways that, we've seen pop up in some of these examples that Councilmember Rallo just said. But again, I really think that that all of everything that we put in this PUD is a cost to the developer, and that is going to be borne by the people who we want to live here. And so, I think our goal should be to give certainty and to lower the barriers here. And again, everything, if we push in one place, there's going to be a pressure release in another place, right? So again, just as all of us are going away here, I would just counsel us not to, let's not, we are the council. I would counsel us not to come up with, 10 more reasonable expectations, but just let's think holistically. I think the one that's come up clearly is this question of, is there some way that we can create more owner-occupied properties or something? And I think Councilmember Flaherty has come up with the most solid suggestion for what that looks like. I think there's other tools that we might think about using that maybe are outside of this PUD, like thinking about incentives for home ownership and other legislation and funding mechanisms that we might be able to put in place. But again, I just think that we don't want to be too onerous on all of this. And again, just highlighting the fact that city staff, I think, has brought us a very good proposal. And I'm appreciating all of you for your time and diligence on all of this. Thank you.
Other council members would like to comment? Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Thank you, everyone, so far for the work on this and our having this meeting, and I think another meeting, or I guess that's up for debate, another meeting. Okay, just a little bit in response to some of the public comment. I don't think the question was exactly why do we hate renters, but something kind of similar to that. I would like to say I love renters, always have. I used to be one, sometimes am still one. I just think that what we hear a lot from, we need housing at every level for like every type of person and situation in this city. So we need high-end houses still. We need affordable housing. We need rental units. We need things that are owner-occupied, right? And so I think for me, it's just about trying to get a really good mix of that. And I think similar to every other city in the country, like what we're missing is the missing middle housing, and that is more affordable places that people can own, and so that tends to be condos or attached housing. And so building like a new condo, costs less than a new single-family home, and it's just something we don't see a lot of, and we especially don't see it in walkable areas because it's not allowed in our code. But not that this is a walkable area, but I still think that it's something that I definitely keep in mind and want to make sure like we have more owner-occupied as we go, and then. Just like that, there's so much housing data out there, and like information on what people want and who they are. And I went to a conference a couple of years ago talking about what different generations want, so that boomers were mostly still wanting single-family detached homes with little yards, right? And millennials mostly were still in more walkable areas. But sometimes as they grow families, they end up in a more suburban area, not necessarily by choice, but because of finances. And Zers and millennials both tend to rent everything now. So we're renting clothing, right? We're having everything delivered. It's just very different in the generations, and there's just sort of a lot that you could try to pin down, or you could also just try to have a lot more options than what we have currently, I would say. So I think, I know we just need more housing. Supply is one of the tools that we have in our toolkit to try to decrease the rate of home prices going up so fast. And also some of these other options too, right, are smaller units, incentivizing owner-occupied units, walkability, because if you don't have to have so many cars, right, you're saving your household a ton of money, and it's just something else to look at. So I don't know, I just wanted to comment on that. I know we just need more housing, and for the most part, I say yes to more housing. I also just want to try to be sure that we're making housing that people want to live in for a very long time. So we've had some developments here in Bloomington that, to me, they were very much this is where you get, this is kind of where you land when you get here as oh no, I don't know where to go, and I don't want to be here. And I guess I try to avoid that and just make sure we have neighborhoods that seem very cohesive and long-term homes for renters and owners. So thanks so much for all the work. And I do also think this is an iterative process, and that's why we're here, to just weigh in, right, on what we hear people needing and wanting, and just working with everyone. So I appreciate just the patience and the information we're getting from residents and everyone working on it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilmember Stossberg, and then I do see Councilmember Flaherty. We'll go to you next.
Okay, I have a couple of things. First, I want to weigh in on the owner occupancy thing that a number of people have said. And I too just am really supportive of owner occupancy in general in this area. And I do feel like there's just a huge amount missing. And Councilmember Allo did, that idea of that there's so much less on the market now than there used to be, and it's not staying on the market as long, and it costs a whole lot more. When I was knocking doors last year, there were just a tremendous number of older people staying in these detached single-family homes, and they were not necessarily still that interested in maintaining their large yard. But the question that we conversed about was, if they moved, where would they go? Because they're not ready for assisted living. They're still young and vibrant, but there's just nothing there for them. So I think that there's some real gaps in housing types around. And I want to then also remind us all that you can have wonderful owner occupancy and not be in a single family detached dwelling, whether it's a paired home, whether it's a condo building, whether it's a row of townhouses. All of those are great ways to own a structure, to invest in it, to have that element. And then the second thing I want to say, just regarding other potential conditions coming down the road, I do have something that I'm trying to work out with recycling in multifamily units. I feel like environmentally that's kind of a gap, and the state of Indiana kind of has some limits on what you can require, but in a PUD there's maybe a little bit more latitude, so that is something that I'm looking into that hopefully will be a little bit more firmed up in a week in terms of an upcoming condition. And that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Yeah, a few thoughts on some similar themes as folks. I very much appreciate all the efforts that have gone into this over years from the petitioner as well as from staff. Echoing Councilmember Sari, I think, really great work has been done to get us here. I think the magnitude of the proposal and the fact that it is a PUD, which comes through the council for a reason, is also important that we take adequate time to work through kind of the main issues. And as Councilmember Sari noted, I think there's sort of one that's maybe most central to the collective mind of the council. And that has to do with I wouldn't say it's even necessarily having to do with home ownership. It really has to do with flexibility and ownership options in a diversity of housing types. So first of all, on the rental front and our proportion of rental and home ownership, I could be mistaken about Champaign-Urbana. I know I'm not mistaken about Ann Arbor. Those have much larger populations compared to the student population. Bloomington is like literally half students, some or even more. So when you take our rental proportion, which is double the national average, but if you segment out the student population, who will logically 99% plus be renters, when you take them out, the remaining population of Bloomington has homeownership rental breakdown that is very similar to national averages, about 2/3 homeownership, about 1/3 rental. So I don't think we're like wildly off kilter in that, in that way. It's just that we have a population that is half students. Again, I don't want to mandate home ownership in any structure. I don't want a single family detached home to be mandated ownership. In fact, I don't like home ownership mandates with ADUs. I wish we didn't have it. What I want is flexibility so that units of different types, including missing middle housing and larger multifamily housing, can be ownership options. And not in the abstract or in theory, but that it's fluid. We can actually have that flexibility, which also builds in a kind of resilience to our housing ecosystem because, preferences of generations, the impact of different job sectors, the university are going to vary over time. The portion of people that want to rent or need to rent versus want to own and need to own. So that flexibility, I think, is important. What I outlined earlier in terms of the HOA structures that accomplish that, of basically having a condo structure where you don't have ownership allowed, collective ownership by one entity, is I think the way to get there. It has that fluidity built in. It welcomes renters. Lots of units do end up getting rented, like Councilmember Rosenberger. Very much appreciate the many renters in our community and regret that they get vilified so often. So to me, it's about that flexibility piece. I think that's one to invoke again, Councilmember Asari and this idea, which I agree with, that the more things you impose, those costs have to be borne somewhere. It makes things difficult. I'm not sure that's entirely true in this particular case. We're still talking about the same number of units, the same type of housing, the same affordability standards, everything else. We're just talking about the sort of ownership structure and what's enabled. So I'd really like for us to work on that and see that. Definitely appreciate the many comments from the public with just a really strong recognition, I think, maybe stronger than we had in years past, of the need for housing. The fact that missing middle types and mixed housing types are really important in that overall supply. So I appreciate all the folks that spoke to that. And yeah, I think it sounds like maybe exploring the possibility of a written commitment of some kind with respect to what types of housing might get developed in the vein of what we're talking about is maybe the path that we need to go down to work on this one issue that I think is the main one remaining for us. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments from council members? Councilmember Ruff.
I'm just going to generally make a few comments because I'm still really getting my head around this whole thing. It is, we've not seen, I've been in Bloomington 60 years. We've just never seen anything quite like this. Obviously we have housing issues and needs in Bloomington. And there are a lot of good things about this proposed development. There's a lot of things I like about it. You do have needs, but I listened to a lot of the comments some of the comments I've heard tonight. To me, I want to encourage folks to be a bit wary of overly simplifying the factors in the equation of housing availability and costs. The fastest growing places around the country don't have the cheapest housing prices at all, no matter how fast they're building in a lot of these places. And then this talking about vacancy rates. My understanding is that we really don't know what the vacancy rates are, particularly of the larger multifamily housing units. We don't know. I've heard a lot of rumors that there's a lot of vacancies in a lot of these places. So just to say that it is complicated. It's not simple. And there are downsides and upsides. There's evidence out there that growth begets more growth. And a lot of our residents don't want growth at all. Some do, a lot of advocates for that it's good, but that's not a universal sentiment. I believe that one of my jobs as council member is just carefully and thoroughly look out for sort of the as large a possible view of the public interest as we can, and to make the effort to maximize in as many ways, as many facets of we identify as public benefits that might come from a project like this, and the needs of the community. But again, this project's at a scale that we really haven't seen before. And I recently spoke with a well-respected Bloomington developer the other day about this project, and he told me that this proposal is so dramatic from what the current plan is, what the current plan allows, compared to what we're potentially looking at with with the numbers and the density we're talking about with this project, that he said, it really does require sort of a new way of thinking about public costs and benefits. And I was struck by something that I'd never really thought of in this way, that Councilmember Flaherty mentioned earlier in the discussion when he talked about, just sort of offhand, about affordable housing. Well, if it's this percentage of medium income, well, it's paid for by I think he said socialized across the other units. The other units cost more, and as you drive, well, to me that's like, well, thinking of it that way, you see that the developer doing affordable housing, is it really an exchange of a public benefit or is it really just finding a different way to still allow the maximization of the private sector gain? And how much really is it a sacrifice or a public benefit or an exchange of a public benefit, a larger public benefit? So even in the UDO itself, where we have developers get additional density and height benefits, for example, in exchange for a public benefit, well, so what's really being given up? What's really being what's the public getting in return for what this council might be bestowing on this property? Creating a value added from whatever it might be now, and Ms. Scanlon's going to come up with, tell us what exactly the current zoning allows for density. But scaling that, it's probably going to be likely an order of magnitude that we're creating potentially a real windfall. And that's fine if it's going to be providing needs, housing needs and other things. But, I want to be really confident that we are the public, we as representatives of the public, are getting something in return for that windfall that we're creating we're potentially moving over to the private side here to get the real public benefits in return. So, I got a lot to think about. I appreciate that there's a lot that's gone into this so far, and I said it before, there's a lot of good things to like about this, and we do have needs. Councilman Barallo, some of the information he put up has got me thinking a little bit also. So I certainly agree that we need more, or I certainly need more time with this, and I'm glad that we are going to be taking some more time. So thank you.
Other council member comments? I will just make a few comments. One thing to keep in mind is that this property has been undeveloped for decades. I mean, it's been sitting there. Everything has been developed around there. It's not providing, well, it's providing ecosystem services, I will give it that, but it's not providing other public benefits as it is. So I think, people have been crunching the numbers and have been deciding it's not worth it. up until this time. And so we need to consider that as well. And aside from benefits that that we may specifically point to in the PUD district ordinance, the affordable housing, the density of housing that we all recognize is needed, the green building, the environmental protections, all that. Aside from that, we're looking at a vast increase in property taxes here, which can be used, to reinvest in the community. So I just didn't want to lose sight of that. As the previous discussion indicated, my focal points between now and final vote will be on the affordability, figuring out some way to get some units that are more affordable than at the 120% area median income level, and environmental protection for steep slopes. There's got to be some additional protection because the state is going to take away the protection that we currently have. And I'll leave the owner occupancy puzzle for my capable colleagues to tackle. And I really have appreciated the conversation that we've had tonight. I think that a lot of good issues have been raised and a lot of food for thought. And I want to give my thanks to Jackie Scanlon and her staff for all the time that has been put into this development proposal, as well as the petitioner for all their time and really trying to get this right, because it is a huge property and we want future generations to thank us and not curse us for what we do. So yeah, I think I'm ready for a motion for
I move that
next steps.
2024-07 be postponed to the May 1st, 2024 regular session, which,
That's tonight.
that's tonight. May 8th, 2024 regular session.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is this debatable, Mr. Lucas?
Yes, whether to postpone is debatable.
Okay.
You can get into the merits of the matter as much as you need to decide whether to postpone, but yes.
I guess my only question is 1 week sufficient time? I mean, I'm fine with it, but I just wanted to raise that it's possible to postpone 2 weeks if we feel that's more appropriate. Councilmember Asari?
Is there a way that we're able to sort of, because today we introduced each of the conditions like individually, is there a way that they can sort of be packaged, or do they have to be individual? And I'm responding to what the petitioner has asked. I mean, that's sort of wanting to respond to it all as a whole rather than sort of one by one.
That is an interesting question. You mean, the question is, can we bring forward our conditions as a package?
That's right, where we just say, here are the 3 conditions, and we...
Take them all or leave them all?
I mean, yeah, I suppose one could amend or line item, but yeah.
I don't see why we couldn't do that. Mr. Lucas, do you have thoughts?
Yes, I have thoughts.
Of course, no. You're a thinking human.
Yes, I think, sorry. Yes, a reasonable condition could address more than one thing in it. Whether the members who have prepared reasonable conditions are willing to combine those into one thing, and whether that package is acceptable to folks, I don't know the answers to those things, and that wouldn't prevent a member from offering their own reasonable condition, but something like that might be possible, and of course, the council could divide the question if at that moment it felt like a vote on. So yes, there are lots of ways to do it, and combining conditions might be possible, yeah.
Other thoughts? Councilmember Rallo, did you have a thought on the motion that's on the table about postponement?
I had a question about how much time do we have on this petition? When does our 90 days expire?
Basically, it's our last council meeting in June.
Last council meeting in June?
It expires, I think, a couple days after that, but yeah.
What date is that?
June 18th.
June 18th. Okay. No, I have, I'm fine with continuing next week as long as we have potentially other dates to discuss this.
All right. Well, if there's no other discussion on the motion, I guess we can, I guess I do want to make sure that staff and petitioner would be available next Wednesday. I see nods. Councilmember Flaherty, did you want to add something?
Yeah, just sort of in response to, I guess, the conversation and maybe Councilmember Rallo's last comment. My hope would be that whatever reasonable conditions any council member would like to bring could be assessed and taken care of, and we could take a final vote on the ordinance in one meeting. And if it would help to have more time between now and that meeting to make that viable, I guess I might favor, postponing 2 weeks or something instead of one. Councilmember Rallo mentioned the idea of subsequent, meeting dates even after next week. Of course, we can always, take more time if we all agree we need to, but I guess I'm expressing my preference that we allow adequate time now so that we could ideally have one more meeting on this.
Thank you. And I would just say we had 2 weeks between our first discussion and this discussion, and I think most of the activity took place in the last 5 days. So I don't know if 2 weeks is necessary or conducive to actually making the best use of those 2 weeks, but that's just my observation. Mr. Lucas, did you have a...
I will say for the folks who hope to prepare or finalize reasonable conditions ahead of this Friday's packet so that the folks, council members, the public, and petitioner have time to review those ahead of next week's meeting. That's not, that's tomorrow and part of Friday. So there would be a little bit of a crunch to finalize any new conditions or any of these hairier conditions that we're working through, especially if that involves meetings with staff or the petitioner. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Councilmember Strasburg?
I'm open to withdrawing my motion and making a new motion to postpone it until May 15th, if that is better, because I do kind of agree with Councilmember Flaherty that it would be nice to not drag this on too long, though I would rather have more shorter meetings than like another huge long meeting. But I mean, it would, I think, be better to make sure that we have things that can be firmed up. So I think the question is maybe between staff and the petitioner and potentially Councilmember Rallo, but maybe mostly you guys in terms of the legal team going, do we think that we can figure out but in the next few days in time for the meeting next Wednesday, some sort of agreeable and legal and enforceable language around this optimization for ownership, because that seems to be the stickiest one.
I'm sorry.
Do you all need more time to do that? You don't. You could do it. You have an idea. You think that we'll like it.
It's up to you all. I'm happy to work with petitioner and council members for a meeting next week.
Councilmember Rallo.
I'm open to either one. I think I have some numbers in my mind in terms of, if I'm not mistaken, the previous 1995 PUD actually had about 1,100 units. So this is on the order of almost 4 times that. So that gives some ratio. I'm interested in a question that Councilmember Ruff had about the value added that we're creating of the property. I think that is a metric that would be helpful to determine what is the public good. In other words, is it reasonable, or are we not asking enough for the public good? So there's a lot to consider here. I wouldn't mind waiting 2 weeks, but I can have something specific to the owner occupancy, I think my idea, and we could talk in the next week. That helps. So I'm open to either one.
Councilmember Strasburg, do you want to withdraw and revise your motion, or should we vote on the motion for continuing to May 8th, postponing to May 8th?
I think that I will keep my motion for May 8th, but maybe just kind of openly declare, like, if walking into this meeting, we're like, yeah, we don't think that this is ready again, to have an extremely short discussion and then move it out another week, recognizing that we were not able to do everything that we needed to do. I hope that everybody tonight has kind of like said their piece about the things that are worrying them or thinking that they're thinking about, so that next week we don't suddenly get new surprises that require a great deal of discussion, and that moving forward, we just need to finalize the details of the things that we've already expressed. So I'll keep my motion the way it is, and just hope that if we can't vote on this next week, then we can have a very short meeting and postpone it for another week, or a very short segment of conversation about this ordinance.
So I just want to remind my colleagues, we have a brand-new section of city code to discuss next week, and a corresponding revision to an existing part of city code about stormwater, and we have a salary ordinance. So it's not like this would be the only thing on the agenda for next week. As council president, if we have any doubts that we cannot finish or get the information together by next week, I guess I would prefer, for the certainty of the matter, to postpone until the 15th. But the motion is on the table. Maybe we should just vote on it. Councilmember Zulik.
Also an election day, so I'm not sure if that will impact anyone's availability.
All right, shall we, Councilmember Rallo?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Council President Piedmont-Smith. You're trying to balance a schedule here, and we don't want to overload it. And probably it's best to postpone to the 15th for that reason.
Agree. I think I favor the 15th and would prefer that. And I just want to note that every time we ask staff and the petitioner to come and the public has uncertainty about whether or not we're to proceed, like, I don't want to take that approach where we're like, well, we can just change it, but we shouldn't do that. We should have some clarity and certainty for everybody involved. Thank you.
Councilmember Strasburg.
Great. I'll withdraw the motion that I just made and make a new motion that our ordinance 2024-07 be postponed to May 15th, 2024 regular session.
All right, any discussion on that? Clerk Bolden, could you please call the roll on the motion to postpone until May 15th?
Councilmember Flaherty.
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont-Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we will postpone further discussion and final action until May 15th. We will now move to legislation for first reading.
I move that ordinance 2024-08 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Could the clerk please call the roll on the motion to introduce?
Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont-Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
And Flaherty?
Yes.
Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2024-08 to enact Title 13 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Stormwater. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance adopts Title 13 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Stormwater. This title incorporates all sections of stormwater regulations from Title 10 and introduces new stormwater permitting, bonding, and regulation in compliance with state requirements set forth in 2 general permits issued by the Indiana Department of Environmental Management in 2021, which apply statewide to all municipal separate stormwater sewer systems, of which the City of Bloomington, by and through its Utilities Department, is one. This title establishes a stormwater management permit, sets forth requirements for application of said permit, as well as requirements for bonding in association with said permit. This title establishes additional requirements for erosion and sediment control for land disturbing activities in compliance with the general permits. This title also sets forth green infrastructure requirements for development within the City of Bloomington and requirements for the maintenance of stormwater management features within the City of Bloomington. This title establishes regulation and enforcement measures, including fee structure, notices of violation procedure, available remedies, and an administrative appeals process. In addition to complying with updated state permits, Title 13 takes steps to address and mitigate the increased social cost of climate change by establishing measures designed to reduce the flooding impacts of severe storm events throughout the City of Bloomington.
Thank you.
Ordinance 2024-09 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes. Councilmember Rallo is out of the room, so Councilmember Ruff,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
and Zulik.
Yes.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2024-09 to amend Title 10 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Wastewater to remove stormwater language. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends Title 10 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Wastewater. These amendments remove all stormwater-related ordinance language from Title 10 in response to the adoption of Title 13 of the Bloomington Municipal Code entitled Stormwater. These amendments are necessary to avoid duplication and the potential for conflict between Title 10 and the newly adopted Title 13. Title 13 incorporates all sections of Title 10 stormwater language and introduces new stormwater permitting, bonding, and regulation in compliance with state requirements set forth in 2 general permits issued by the Indiana Department of Environmental Management in 2021, which applies statewide to all municipal separate stormwater sewer systems, of which the City of Bloomington, by and through its Utilities Department, is one.
Thank you.
I move that ordinance 2024-10 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
It's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to introduce?
Yes. Councilmember, I'm going to give you 2 more seconds. Councilmember Rallo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ruff?
Yes.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Strasburg?
Yes.
Councilmember Asari?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Councilmember Daley?
Yes.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
And Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read?
Ordinance 2024-10, amending Ordinance 2325, which fixed the salaries of appointed officers, non-union, and AFSCME employees for all the departments of the City of Bloomington, Monroe County, Indiana, for the year 2024, regarding to add a position to the Department of Public Works and to revise job titles and job grades within the Office of the Mayor and the Department of Public Works to adjust or better reflect the nature of those positions. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance amends Ordinance 2325, which fixed the salaries of appointed officers, non-union, and AFSCME employees for the year 2024. The amendment reflects changes to job titles and job grades of 3 positions within the Office of the Mayor, a change to the job grade of 1 position within the Department of Public Works, and the creation of 1 new position within the Public Works Department.
Thank you. And now we have an additional period for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. I see only media and our peace officer in the room. Is there anybody online who would like to make a comment?
I do have a comment from Sam Dove, and before I read that, if there are any other members of the public that would like to speak, please let us know by raising your hand or sending a chat to the meeting host. Sam Dove says, the latest war between Israel and Hamas broke out in October. Blinken is trying to advance a truce that would free hostages held by Hamas in exchange for a halt to the fighting and delivery of much-needed food, medicine, and water into Gaza. Palestinian prisoners are also expected to be released as part of the deal. The U.S. has pressured Israel to increase aid deliveries during the war, and on Tuesday, Israel reopened a border crossing with hard-hit northern Gaza Strip for the first time since it was damaged at the start of the war. On October 7th, Palestinian militants launched an unprecedented attack into southern Israel, killing around 1,200 people, mostly civilians, and abducting around 250 hostages. Israel says militants still hold around 100 hostages and the remains of more than 30 others. And that is the end of the comment, and I see no other takers online.
And I see nobody in council chambers wishing to comment, so we will move on to matters of the council schedule. Mr. Lucas, do we have anything to update us on?
Yes. Council President Piedmont Smith has been working to find a time for the council to hold a work session on the topic of the Convention Center expansion project to try to provide some clear guidance to the CIB and to other involved folks about what the council would like to see before a bond proposal comes before you. She has identified May 9th at noon as a possible time for a work session. So if you'd like to schedule that meeting, a motion could be offered tonight. That would be May 9th from noon to 1 p.m. in the McCloskey conference room.
I apologize, I forgot that I myself have a scheduling item, so thank you for presenting my item for me. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we have a convention center work session on Thursday, May 9th at noon.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to hold a work session on the topic of the Convention Center on May 9th at 12. Will the clerk please call, is there any discussion? I hear some rumbling. Is there any discussion on this topic?
We're just discussing whether if we can't make it, if we should vote no.
That's entirely up to you.
I would harbor a guess and say, yes, you should vote no if you can't make it, but.
Just to note, I did try to accommodate everybody by one of those meeting polls, but I know that's not always possible, so everybody has their own other obligations. But I think we can do a roll call vote on the motion to hold a work session. Clerk Bolden.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes.
Stossberg.
Yes.
Asari.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Rosenbarger.
Yes.
Daly.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Flaherty.
Yes.
Zulik.
Yes.
Rallo.
Yes.
And Ruff.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other scheduling items you'd like to highlight for us, Mr. Lucas?
Just a note that same evening, May 9th, the Jack Hopkins Committee is scheduled to meet next for its pre-allocation meeting. So for those of you on that committee, we will see you then.
Very good. I think that's all we have for tonight, so we are adjourned. Thank you.